Hello gang, welcome to the Adral Show. As you guys can see, we have a snazzy new interface and some snazzy new transitions. I've also made some technical changes, so everything should be looking a lot crisper. Hopefully you guys like the new look. And if you do, let me know in chat or if you're watching the video on demand in the comments as well. So for today, we're going to be doing something a little bit not all that different, I suppose. We are going to be actually trying to complete the 10 to 70 speed run that we started the other day and then had multiple issues with the first being that I came back from break and forgot to unmute. So most of my audio didn't get captured for the start of that run. And then the other issue we had was that the servers went down. I wanted to stream it again yesterday, but again, these servers were down for maintenance. North American servers have been less ideal than usual the past couple days. So what I have decided is I'm just going to delete both of the characters that we created the other day. It didn't make sense to pick up from level 17, but we're going to just delete them, recreate the exact same characters. I would have left them, but you have a limit of one Drakthir per account per server, and I do still want to level up a Drakthir, and so I thought might as well just start over. It didn't take much time at all to get them to level 17. I think we did like 2 or 3 dungeons, and we didn't have audio for it anyway, so I think it may be helpful for some of you guys to have the paths that I like to take through each of the dungeons as well, or what I've found to be at least the quickest ways to get through on our level 20 Twink monk. Now, to begin with, just while we wait for maybe a couple more people to join, there's a couple of things that just a bit of housekeeping that I thought it could be fun to do on stream. So first of all, I'm not sure if y'all are familiar with um, the I think they're called not dire beaks. What is it? It's the Falcosaurs. The Falcosaur mounts that were available in Legion, but basically you come to one of these. You come to as I think each of the zones has one of these Falcosaur swarm world quests that'll pop up, and during that you can basically unlock a pet. So the pets look like this. So they're little hatchlings, and basically the pets will give you a single quest each day that if you complete, I believe it's 30 days of dailies that it takes. I started most of them way back in Legion, and I am just down to my final one. So we got the pets. You have to do some pretty annoying quests. In all honesty, you've got to do like daily pet battles with pet battle daily quests or different things with different characters, with like different restrictions on them. So like the last one for the Sharp Talon Hatchling, which is the one we just did, it was to complete 3 different pet battle quests using only magic pets as well. So it was kind of annoying, but as you guys can see, uh, we've unlocked the other 3, and we're just on the final quest now to unlock this sharp looking mount. If you guys are curious or want more details, let me know in chat or in the comments, and I will be happy to do a little video explaining how to get these. But since I was about to go live anyway, and we had the quest almost ready to go, I figured we could just take a second to turn this in and just have some fun on stream getting a new mount. It's always a happy day when we unlock a new mount. So figured I'd share some of the joy. Looks like we turned in that quest, and here is our new mount. It's only been I've only been working on this for, well, since Legion, so I don't know how many years that is, considering I got 2 of them during Legion, and we just unlocked the final one today. We did one earlier we did the second last one earlier this week. But okay, so we unlocked the mount and we're done with that. The other thing I wanted to do was just give you guys a bit of an update. We on stream the other day went through what my process is for gold making on a daily basis. I think I called it like a day in the life of a goblinaire or something like that. And we basically went through and we crafted all of the Dragonflight items that we would ideally want our characters to craft. Everything that was profitable, we looked at where we could potentially dump some artisans metal. I gave some tips as to how generally what my daily process has been during Dragonflight. And then we also crafted some transmog. Um, I think the the opportunity that arises from transmog and from older expansion items is that they are still server, like they're still limited to your server. They're not on the region-wide auction house, and so it's a little bit less depending on your server. If you're on a full server, it can be a bit more competitive. If you're on a less full server, it will generally be less competitive, but in all cases it should be, it's just a smaller marketplace than the region-wide auction house, so it's sort of timeless. And these are the sorts of things that, like, investing a bunch of time in unlocking transmog from earlier expansions will continue to pay dividends for as long as you're playing this game, right? On some of my characters, I have recipes that I learned back in like Burning Crusade or in Wrath that I'm still making gold from, and the gold amounts sort of just go up with inflation, right? The other thing I wanted to show you guys was also just I keep saying that one of the main things everyone should be doing is clearing out their bags ahead of the War Within. There's going to be a whole bunch of new items. There's going to be quest items. You're probably going to be leveling some of these characters. You know, you're going to need inventory space, and no one wants to spend the first week of an expansion just logging onto different characters and you know trying to get rid of things then. The other advantage is that by doing that now, you could actually make a little bit of gold. So you'll see here, some of these are the items that we crafted on stream the other day, like the Tomes of Illusions, right, which are timeless gold. These you can always get gold for. And then a lot of this is just random crap that I found in my bank that I didn't have any need for, and anything that was selling for like above a gold, I think we bothered to put up in the auction house. Everything else we sort of just vendored or deleted in some cases if there was no vendor price. But in doing so, we made around 26,000 gold on this character in about 2 days. I've only reposted about once a day for transmog. I don't really bother to cancel, scan, and repost. Can you do it? Sure. When I had more time or when I was more invested in the transmog market, I would sometimes bother to do so. But a lot of the time I just would post every day or every 2 days, depending on whether you list auctions for 24 hours or 48 hours. I don't think it's worth the time investment to list transmog and things like this um, for 12 hours. All right, so we got 26,000 gold on this character. I'm just going to quickly hop onto our Dragonflight banker. So I do keep two separate bankers, and there's a couple of different reasons for that. A, because the transmog character I log on to less frequently, and so if I have more time, I'll bother, you know, logging onto the transmog character and uh, reposting things and stuff like that. But if I'm short of time, I will generally just hop on to my Dragonflight banker and you know, do a cancel scan and repost as much as I need to. The other reason is that, unfortunately, Trade Skill Master, which is what I use for the majority of my auction management, doesn't really support Dragonflight super well. That's part of the reason why I haven't really done a super in-depth guide into Trade Skill Master just yet, because they have announced the plans that they have for updating the add-on, but as of right now, it doesn't even support a lot of the Season 4 items. Like the Season 4 PvP items, I don't believe exist yet in Trade Skill Master's database and things like that. So I'm not entirely certain that I would necessarily recommend it going ahead. Certainly, for older expansion stuff, it's great, right? It's queuing system, the way it helps you gather mats, the inventory management, the mailing. There's a lot of good in Trade Skill Master, but certainly, but I mean, definitely, if you're looking at an add-on to manage your auctions in Dragonflight and the War Within, I may actually have to recommend something like Auctionator, just because TSM doesn't support a lot of the items still for Dragonflight. I'm a little bit skeptical as to whether or not they will be able to make all of the changes necessary ahead of the War Within. I would hope that with the beta being released already, they're already working on, you know, getting all of the item databases and everything updated. But I'm also not holding my breath too much, just because they haven't really fully implemented Dragonflight stuff alone. So we will probably wait with that. But the nice thing with Auctionator is that you sort of have control over everything, and you can sort of manually keep an eye on what different things are pricing for, like what the prices of different things are. So for early expansions, before we have good data on anything, you're going to need to manually price all these things, especially if we're using concentration and things like that. That's not really something that Trade Skill Master can account for. It was a little bit easier for enchanting this expansion just because we didn't have item qualities that we had to consider in enchanting, but in the War Within enchanting mats also come in different qualities, so it's going to be a little bit tough. In any case, we already have all of our auctions listed for Dragonflight, and I just wanted to quickly go through here what's been selling. We've brought in 335,000 gold in this first page, so that's almost a token, I think. Let's see how much a token is going for, just out of curiosity. Wow, token, here we go. 342,000 gold is what a token is going for right now. Again, I mentioned this on, I say this all the time, if, in all honesty, if you're looking to make gold for a token, you're probably going to be better served by following very similar practices, but in Cataclysmic Classic. It's just a lot easier to earn gold in that expansion relative to the price of a token, whereas in retail right now, especially in Season 4 and with MoP remakes and with I think Season of Discovery has a new season starting or that just started, and so right now if you're looking to farm up some tokens either for the battle net balance or for the game time, I would recommend going to Cataclysmic Classic. Or Cataclysm Classic rather, and if you guys are interested in that, let me know in the comments or in the chat, and I will happily put together some content for that as well, because I made a whole bunch of gold back in original Cataclysm, and I also have a bunch of gold on Wrath Classic that I haven't used to buy tokens just yet, but yeah, we can do some. I have a lot of things to say about making gold in WoW Classic as well. All right, but looking through this, essentially these are all the items that we crafted the other day, right? The Shadowflame Tempered Armor Patch. We used up Artisan's Metal to guarantee max ranks on these, and then other things that you could do through the crafting order system. You can easily go raise crafting orders for Azure Weave Expedition Pack, and again, these are server restricted, so these are not competing on the region-wide auction house. So almost certainly you should be able to make some gold on these items. Similarly, we have the Draconian Fisher Friend needed for a quest, and that's a big part of gold making, is figuring out what items people need on a week-to-week basis. And what the different quests are. File of Static Empowerment. This is probably the most gold that I've made with alchemy in this expansion outside of Dracothis. But all right, let's not spend too much time. Let's open up this mailbox, and of course we had some of the Draconic Season 4 PvP gear that we sold as well. There as well sort of highlights my point, right? These items aren't supported by Trade Skill Master, and so Trade Skill Master was about to post them for like 40 gold or something like that, when my crafting cost is actually up at around, I think, 2,500 some odd gold. So we definitely don't want to be posting things that low, right? Anyways, let's get this out of the way so that we can go ahead and start deleting, unfortunately, our characters and then creating new ones that are exactly the same. We may have to log on quickly. Actually, I just realized we may have to log on quickly and delete all of our mails, because I don't think you can delete a character that has a mail in their mailbox, which would have probably been handy to do before the stream. All right, so totally, it didn't show up here, but totally we looted 433,000 gold. So basically we brought in around 450,000 gold if we include the transmog and other stuff that we open on the other character as well. So about 450,000 gold. I would say that at least the token's worth of that is profit, and that was in about 2 or 3 days. Now, of course, part of the reason we were able to bring in so much gold is because we did use up our Artisan's Metal, which isn't like a renewable currency. It's not like you can get more of it. But all the same, there is still gold to be made, right? We're back at almost 29 million gold, and once we sell the other items that we have, we should also be able to my hope is that by getting back into all of the markets that we were in previously, we should hopefully be able to enter the War Within with at least about 30 million gold. I think would be a nice war chest to have. not for any, there's no real specialty to that number. It's just ideally you want the largest war chest possible at the start of an expansion so that you can afford to buy all of the mats and well, yeah, primarily mats and other training costs that you have. Training costs aren't going to be too much of an issue, as if you have a couple million gold, that's not going to be an issue. If you I don't think that should add up to more than a couple thousand gold, if anything. But the other major costs will be getting profession gear crafted, and we may need to buy other people's artisans' acuity and that sort of a thing. All right, let's see if it allows us to delete this character. It may not do that. I'm just wondering if it makes sense to actually. Well, we can't trade. My thinking is whether we should bother trading the gems off of this character. Okay, this character has mail and cannot be deleted. Jeez, these speedruns are, I'm starting to think, slightly cursed. Alright, this guy we're not going to bother deleting because we don't have the restriction. I doubt we're going to do anything with him, but we'll just tidy up his bags later on. So we can go ahead and create a new character here. We're going to do another Death Knight. We'll do a male, and we'll just pick a name at random and then sort of shorten it. So that's generally my strategy, because the random name generator now gives you super long names that are just sometimes a pain to type into, you know, mailboxes and that sort of thing. We're doing a Nightborn Death Knight. If you're interested as to why I picked why we're doing a Nightborn for this character, you can probably refer to my earlier stream, and I'm actually going to be putting out shorter videos summarizing some of the things I say on stream. I know my stream videos are super long, and not everyone has the time or the patience, and also honestly, probably there's a decent bit of waste of time in there as well. So I am also editing those down, and if you're subscribed to me on YouTube, you should start to see those shorter cuts popping up on the channel as well. So definitely check those out if you get a chance, and give me some feedback. Leave me a comment and let me know whether those shorter videos are of any interest to you guys, and if it makes things easier than watching the entire stream. All right. I am just going to go ahead and proceed with that. Now, this character, what we needed to do, is there anything that we... Okay, we've got some bronze. Should we bother scrapping? I wonder if we have enough bronze to actually go ahead and buy something. Sorry, gang, I probably should have realized this prior to going live, but hey, it is what it is. All right, open all mail. I wonder if it's going to let me delete this character, actually, because if we have received dual tinkers, and this is exactly why you don't want to open your mail. As you can see, we leveled right then. Hopefully we haven't received multiple of any given tinker, because then we won't be able to delete mail, and then we're going to be in a more stuck situation than we already are. Doesn't look like we got too many tinkers, or any for that matter. Yes, perfect. All right, we didn't get any tinkers. Let's just quickly open up all of, well, we don't need to bother opening up that. Let's open up all of this stuff and max out our bronze on this character and see if that's given us enough bronze to unlock something that we want to buy. We'll scrap everything. We can even probably scrap the gear we have equipped. I don't know if we get any bronze for that, but we shall try it for certain. And actually, this may be an interesting way of seeing if just creating new characters and scrapping everything may actually not be a terrible use of your time either, if you're just trying to pick up a couple thousand bronze to unlock, you know, a specific transmog or some of the cheaper mounts, something like that. Because it looks like just getting a character to level 17 alone, we did actually get a decent bit of bronze, in all honesty. Not a terrible amount. All right, let's go turn in this daily quest as well, since we're deleting this character. It doesn't really matter. And just opening all the stuff that we got from running like 3 dungeons was enough to get us to level 20 already. Which, if we were leveling this character further, we could have probably then, you know, reached the threshold to start running raids on this character pretty quick. I don't think we can destroy tinkers or anything else. I know we can destroy gems. I know we can scrap gems, rather. think we can scrap any of those items. Let's go ahead and scrap all these. If we hit 5,000, I think that should be enough for like 2 sets. I don't think we're going to hit 5,000. 5,000 bronze though. Oh, we do need to scrap that for that quest. I don't think that quest is going to give us all that much bronze, but hopefully we should be able to go ahead and delete this character in a second here. Do we have any? Why is it showing? I think that's. I think the yellow part of this bar here is just showing rested XP instead of completed, which is what it says right there. And we have a new weak aura here as well that we will look at in a second on the new characters. Let's go ahead and did we not scrap the gems? I thought we scrapped the gems. Do they only allow you to scrap max level gems? Is that the thing? Because I know you can scrap max level gems. Oh, right. We have to scrap each of them individually because you can't scrap like a stack of gems. And we're getting 10 bronze each from each of these gems, in case any of you are curious as to what the returns are. With a legendary gem, you get around 250 bronze per scrap. So another thing that's kind of interesting there is, and I'm not sure if this is working as Blizzard intended it, but you can actually trade bronze to a friend that way, because you can trade them the gem and they can scrap it on their character for about 200 to 250 bronze each. All right, so as you can see, we've already bought all of the mounts, we've already bought all the toys, we've bought all the mounts. The weapons appearances, unfortunately, you can't buy, but we've bought about 23% of the appearances as well. All right, let's find some things that we can quickly buy on this character so that we can log over. We're going to unlock everything anyway because we have a bunch of bronze on my main character, on my remix main, that I think at some point we will just use up that bronze to upgrade. Let's see. We're going to be buying all of these in any case, so if we have 4822, do we do a 4,000 and like a 750 is probably the most efficient like bronze usage that we can get. I don't think there's anything less than 750 bronze left for us to unlock, unless I am mistaken. Yeah, let's just do that, because I was thinking, should we do a 1250 and like a 2500, which I guess would work out to the same. But yeah, there's no point in looking at these items on this character. It's on a Drakthir, everything looks kind of meh. Is it just me, or does all of the gear look the same? All right, let's just buy the ensemble for the evoker, since we are leveling an evoker. It sort of makes sense for us to unlock that appearance first, and we need to buy one of these 750 ones. All right, which of these? Again, I cannot tell what any of these look like on this character. Does my add-on let me change? Okay, at least that makes it a little bit easier to see what we're buying. Why don't we have, if this is already known, why isn't it hidden? Anyway, let's not spend too much time on this. God, most of these look pretty terrible, to be fair, but we wanna buy everything, so it doesn't really matter. What is this? Is this male? Evokers, hunters, and shaman. All right, let's buy this. I like this purple color. If you guys can't tell from my interface, purple's really growing on to me. All right, we've opened all of our mail. We've scrapped everything that we can from here. We have 72 bronze left over. I don't think there's anything else we can buy, and it's definitely almost certainly not worth our time to try and see if there's anything else we should buy. Let me just see if there's anything here that's account wide. I don't think so. All right, let's log off and delete this character. We then will get this character set up. We need to make sure that console port is disabled, which it is. champion commander and some of these other add-ons we don't care about either. And unfortunately, we did have to lower the quality that WoW is running at in order to make sure that we could have a higher quality stream output. So apologies if WoW is looking a little bit less pretty. We will have it back to max settings on the character that we're doing all of our run-throughs on, though. All right, Drakthir Evoker, male, customize. We did spend a little bit of time on this the other day, so it is going to be annoying to have to recategorize this talent. Palatine, that should be available. All right, there we go. So randomize this a bit. I think we wanted kind of a green with like a darker green. And then we wanted this character to also be kind of a similar color match, just so it looks a bit more natural. I don't know if you can actually change your skin color at the barbershop. I hope you can, because I have been just creating characters with super random, like just using the randomized appearance button a whole bunch to figure out what they look like. All right, I think this looks decent enough. Did we want to do all of the armor? It's probably not the end of the world if we don't have this exactly perfect. I think you can probably customize most of this in the barbershop. I'm actually just gonna Google it real quick, because if we can't, then we'll bother wasting some time on this otherwise. Change drag. Okay, you can change everything but race, and you can change scale colors as well. All right, so I don't want to waste more time on this stream customizing a character. I think this looks good enough, and we can go ahead. And we are going to log into this account last, like onto these two characters last. Let's go ahead and actually get our windows positioned where we want them to be. And so these are the two characters we're going to be leveling up, which is a Drakthir Evoker on our secondary account, and this is most likely going to be our Gatherer if we do take the War Within onto our banker account in the War Within. And then this character here is going to be a Scribe because of the racial bonus that Nightborn get. All right, in the meantime, let's get our Chad, Monk, Twink logged on. And we'll pick up the daily quests on this character so that we don't have to bother like picking them up on the alternative characters. And I think we are actually going to finish off the first quest that we did on stream the other day. We're going to finish off that first quest real quick and get them over to Nostwin and all of that fun stuff. All right. Oh, sorry, this is the starter account. I was wondering why it was telling me to upgrade anything on this character when I just bought Dragonflight on my banker account in any case. So, all right, we will turn in this quest later so that this guy can share them. Let's just quickly scrap everything because we are doing the second approach today. We're going to be testing out what happens if we, instead of basically running heroic dungeons from 10 to 25 and then running, what do you call it? Sorry, I'm trying to do too many things at once. Instead of running heroic dungeons from 10 to 25, then jumping into Mogushan Vaults, then hopping into heroic dungeons again, then going back to Mogushan Vaults, and sort of going back and forth between the dungeons and the raids, we're instead just going to do heroic dungeons from 10 to 42, and then do all the raids one after the other for the threads. Yeah, if in case anyone's watching this as the first stream, basically there are two strategies well, in all, there's 3 strategies that we're going to be testing out. We tested out the first one on stream a couple of days ago. The full run video on demand, or video of that full run, is available on YouTube, and I think still on Twitch as well. You can go check that out. And that method was basically, we did 10 to 25 in heroic dungeons, after which we went into Mogushan Vaults normal. Then we did some more heroic dungeons until we hit 35, at which point we did Heart of Fear on normal, after which we then did a couple more heroic dungeons and ended up in Terrace of Endless Springs. And then we went to our mailbox and looted all of the bonus experience items. So basically, when you're running through this process, what you want to do is you want to make sure that you're not looting any of the bonus experience items. You're only looting bonus experience threads. And there are a couple of add-ons that will help you do that. It's not too much of a character it's not too much of an issue if you're using a boosting character the way we are on this stream, and the way that I like to do it, which is using our level 20 Twink monk to boost through dungeons, just because they're super fast and actually a lot quicker than using a level 70 who's fully geared as well. I just released a video last night on this, or rather this morning. And that covers basically both of the leveling methods, as well as how I have set up my monk Twink, and both of the leveling methods. But basically, we found out that method ended up taking us about 3.5 hours, which is a lot longer than we would ideally like. The quicker we can get the characters through this, I mean, the more bronze per hour we make, and also the quicker it is for us to get more characters leveled, right? So we're going to test out this time. Instead, we're going to do 10 to 25 in heroic dungeons. Let me start that over again. So on today's stream, what we're going to be doing is leveling these 2 characters to level 70 in hopefully under 2 hours or thereabouts. And we're going to be doing that by boosting them with a level 20 Twink monk on a starter account, so that they're level capped at level 20. Because of the way that scaling works in Miss Pandaria Remix, this monk is able to just blast through heroic dungeons and make things very quick. What we're going to be doing is basically logging into these characters, completing the first quest, which you don't actually need to do. You can just join into a group and start blasting heroic dungeons right away. But the first quest doesn't take much time, and both characters get quest credit for it, so we will do that quest real quick, just for a little bit more experience, after which we're just going to start chain running heroic dungeons until we reach level 42. Now, once we are level 42, we will then find a single group, ideally, that we can run Mogushan Vaults on normal, Heart of Fear on normal, and then Terrace of Endless Springs on normal as well. We will loot, in all of these cases, we will only be looting everything from the boss except for the bonus experience items, because those will then show up in our mailbox. So let me state that more clearly. We will basically be looting everything except for the bonus experience items that drop off of heroic dungeon bosses and the raid bosses. Heroic dungeons, not too much of an issue, because our characters are going to be parked at the start of the dungeon in any case, so we're not going to be taking them through to loot. They will get a little bit less bronze because of that, and in some dungeons they may not get experience or the bonus experience item from the final boss. But honestly, that isn't too much of an issue, and really shouldn't impact things too much. The other thing to note is that in the raids, because we will actually be doing the raids on those characters, we cannot take the level 20 Twink monk into raids, because the lowest level that you need in order to run Mogushan Vaults is 25, and because it's a starter account, we can't actually get this character to 25 even if we tried. So those raids we will actually be running on these 2 characters, and we will be looting everything except for the bonus experience items. The most important thing is that we want to loot the plus 7% experience threads that the bosses each drop. That's the whole reason that we want to run the raids on normal mode once each, because each raid should give us I think it's around 6 for Mogushan Vaults and Heart of fear. So 6 times 7 is about 42% bonus experience threads onto the cloak. Now, the default cloak that they will start with already starts with 100% bonus experience, and that's because we've unlocked the achievement on our remix main. And I would recommend, if you haven't played remix before, level 1 character to level 70. That was this character for us, and unlock that thread achievement so that all of your other characters begin with that boosted thread. It just makes things a lot easier, including for the Twink, monk, or whatever class you choose to do the boosts on a starter account, or do the boosts with rather on a starter account. All right, we are logged in, and we are logged in on the booster character. We have all of our quests and everything good to go. We basically want to get both of these characters into the world and running dungeons as quickly as possible. Probably would have been a good idea to remember their names so that we could have already sent out invites. I am going to try and be a little bit more min-maxy on today's stream, just for kicks and giggles, because last time we didn't really spend too much time prioritizing speed, and as a result it ended up taking us 3.5 hours. Some of that was also because we spent a good amount of time tinkering with add-ons and getting everything looking pretty, which we're not going to spend as much time on today. Though we do have a new week aura that we want to play around with a little bit. Oh, sorry about that. I think I just hit the mic. We do have a new week aura that we want to tinker with, and I'm actually just before we get started on this, I'm going to take a quick break. So once we're back, we will get started with the run. All right, see you guys in a few. All right, and we're back. Let's do our fun little transition. All right, and we are logged in on both of these characters. I actually disabled some of the add-ons as well. Annoyingly, console port is back here, so we're gonna have to reload this character's add-on again, which will mean there may be a little bit of a delay in. You know what? Actually, let's reload on this character as well, just so that our starter times show the exact same on both of these. And this is where we'll be monitoring our speed leveling process. Again, I didn't remember the names of them, so I can send out invites, but I mean, that's just going to shave a couple seconds off, in all honesty. Oh, it's grouped wrong. There we go. This character is called Talatan. Talatan. Oh, got that wrong. Typing is not my skill set, it appears. Ironically enough, trying to do it quicker is what made me do that a little bit slower. /in All right, so now we're all partied up, and we just need to grab our cloak. Let's tidy up the interface a little bit. I don't know if I want to hide all of the objectives. I think we just want to exit out of the... and we're going to run up to this guy. This guy or gal, I'm not sure. Why is my right click not working? Why can't I interact with this? Up. Jeez. This is literally every time I try and do a speed run, we end up having a bunch of issues like this. What is going on? It seems like the wrong add-on started up here as well. Alright. Seems like it didn't work as well as I wanted it to, and we are going to have to reload the interface on this character as well, which is kind of annoying because all of this is going to take time away from our speed run, right? All right. So our slash play is going to be a couple of minutes longer. In terms of weak auras, let me show you while those guys are reloading their interface. We have this weak aura right here, and let me know in the comments in the chat if you want me to start, if you want me to share the links to these weak auras as well. This one just allows us to see the XP level of the other characters in party, which will just be handy for us to see when we need to stop running dungeons. This weak aura over here will show us our total cloak threads. So basically one thread equals one stat. I think the only exceptions are mastery and mastery and potentially versatility. Although I may be mistaken there, on which you get double the amount of stats. It's just how the allocation is. Here we can see how many we've grinded how many bonus stats we've gotten this session, and here we can see per hour, and we actually need to do a reload on this character as well so that our bronze per hour tracker is super up to date. All right, now that we have sorted out our add-ons, or not, jeez, what is going wrong here? Let's go ahead and close Zygor. It's not letting me interact with windows for some reason on this character. Let's troubleshoot. Every time I'm like, all right, it's time to go, we have another issue that pops up. Oh, jeez. One of these days, I will have an actual speedrun that isn't plagued by technical issues or by the servers going down in the midst of our run. But it appears that today is not that day. Okay. Can we interact? I don't even know what add-on is doing this. Is it a key binding thing? We don't have character-specific key bindings. What is going wrong? Presumably we have the action bars set up correctly. We can at least fix that issue, I think. Or not. This also seems to be glitching out on me. Let's see if we can open up a trade window. Don't know what is going wrong here. It looks like we can trade. So it's not all of the windows that it won't let me interact with. It just won't let me interact with. There we go. Okay. So hopefully that doesn't continue to be an issue, and we can actually start our quests. We can actually start our run now. All right. So we have completed the first quest, and that should have given us our cloak. And the second we throw our cloak on, why does this guy have? That's the time runner's bag thing of a jigger. All right, and so I don't think we need to do this quest, or yeah, we don't strictly speaking need to do this quest, but we'll just do it so that it ports us directly into the Jade Forest. Because I think right now we're on the Timeless Isle, which could actually be useful for us. We should probably grab the flight path. I'm not sure if you can do that on a character at that stage. In any case, pop. Let's grab those quests real quick. Let's put this guy on follow. And again, these are things that are taking a couple more seconds because of the fact that we're dual boxing this. So things like putting other characters on follow, etc., will take a second longer than it would if we were just doing one character, but the leveling method remains exactly the same. And if you can dual box, if your PC can handle it, and if you have enough accounts to do so, I would strongly recommend doing it because you're essentially doubling the rewards that you get, both in terms of bronze and in terms of having two characters leveled up at once. All right, let's hop into this item, and the cool thing here is that we can just do it on one character and spam our buttons and get quest credit on both characters, as we can see at the top of the screen there. And basically we just smash a bunch of allies. This quest is super quick and should give us a little bit extra bronze and a little bit more XP as well. gathering XP isn't going to be too much of an issue for either of these characters with how quick we do the heroic dungeons, and you guys will see in a second here that the level 20 Twink is able to get through dang near every dungeon in about 2 to 3 minutes, except for I think Charlemagne sometimes takes as long as 4, and that's mainly because of the RP. Alright, so we are done with the first quest. Let's go ahead and queue up for our first dungeon. And actually, before we even do that, let's just go ahead and share these quests so that we don't forget to pick them up later. Now, these quests, of course, we could complete on these characters a lot earlier, but we're going to wait until they're level 70. The reason being that we do not want to, let's go ahead and collapse these. We don't want to turn them in before the reset. You want to turn them in at level 70 because the reward that you get at level 70 is a lot higher than the rewards you get now on this character, which is our Twink. We're going to complete it real quick just because. Okay, probably shouldn't have done that. Let's reload this interface again. Jeez. Okay. We are going to start queuing up for dungeons now, and in between dungeons, if we have any downtime, which I don't think we should, we will get them over to Nostwin's Bazaar, and not for any real reason, but just because there's a mailbox that's conveniently located there, and that's sort of what I've been using as my base for all of my remix characters. Now, I think there should be a quest that potentially ports us over there, unless I'm mistaken. No, I think what we did last time was we just used a multi-mount, and we'll use where's my Orgrimmar Interceptor, and why isn't it in favorites? Alright. Let's get these characters over and get the dragon flying achievement unlocked for them. Or not achievement, let's toggle on passenger dragon flying and also turn in these introductory quests. I don't believe they reward much in the way of bronze, but they will give us a Noswin's voucher that we can use to just port quickly over to the Infinite Bazaar, which will be handy for when we want to turn in the quests later on. Haven't we done this before? Skip the tutorial. Yep. Alright, let's accept the portal on both of these. And the girl that we need is this dragon riding trainer back here. And all we're going to do is switch on multi-passenger mounts, which is handy. And if you saw the short that I posted on YouTube and on TikTok actually, there is a handy little macro you can use to unlock dragonfly, to configure your dragon flying without having to fly over to the actual trainer, so that you can actually do it while you're on the go. Oh, we closed the macro too early on this character. Alright, and let's just open up the dragon riding interface here and spend all these points so that we can fly that a little bit faster. Okay, tuck, pop, pop. Yeah, we may take gathering on this character later, but honestly none of this is contributing to us being able to level any faster, so it's not super important if we make all the right talent choices right now on dragon flying, because we're not going to be using dragon flying much other than to potentially fly to the raids. Alright, let's then, is it going to pick no, it's not going to pick a dragon riding mount for us, so we'll just manually dragon ride on this character, and we will hop on here. Or actually, no, we're going to take the portal back, my bad. This is what happens when I try and go too fast. I end up doing things twice instead of doing them correct the first time around. Now, there should be a quest that gives us a Noswin's voucher. Is that back on the ship? Did we mess that up? dragon right in this area, which is kind of annoying. I wonder actually with the Death Knight if they allow you to transfer back to back to the dragon to the Death Knight class zone. All right, let's go ahead and run our heroic. Let's queue up for our heroic dungeon. And so since it's the first time on either of these characters, we're just going to pick healer on this one. And ideally when you're doing these runs, you do want to have one healer in your party. The main reason being because you will get instant queues as our main, like our booster is running as a tank. These characters are running as a healer and a DPS respectively. So ideally, if you're doing two characters the way I am, have one of them be a class that can roll, that has a healing spec, so that you can just get these instant queues like this. All right, so Charlemagne's is the first dungeon that we're going to blast through. Just going to go ahead, and it looks like we already have a demon hunter that is going to blast through everything for us in any case. So this is always a nice surprise when we enter a dungeon and someone else is even quicker than we are. And this looks like they're a level 70 Twink. Demon hunters are able to run a bit quicker because I believe one of their talents gives them mastery that adds to their run speed, so they are able to move quicker than any other class. That said, I haven't really tested out a level 20 demon hunter Twink, so I can't really comment on whether a demon hunter would be a little bit quicker. I just prefer using a monk because we queue as tank, and it's just a bit nicer for people who are in our party if the tank is the one that's pulling everything. Another thing to note on these runs is that on your starter account character, you want to loot everything because you cannot access the mailbox, and therefore anything you don't loot is lost to time, because if we were to even upgrade this account, we would then no longer be locked at level 20, which would defeat the purpose of having a Twink character, right? All right, but while we're having someone else run this dungeon basically for us, we can take a look here at our record times for each of these dungeons. And essentially, as you can see, Scarlet Halls is the quickest at about 2 minutes. Scarlet Monastery is a close second at about the same amount of time. Charlemagne's is where it gets a little bit longer. The quickest we've done it is in 2 minutes. Stormsat Brewery is about 2.5 minutes, or up to 3 minutes. I'm not sure what the times 5 is. I think that's the number of times we've done it, or potentially the number of bosses. All right, so as you can see, we've already completed this dungeon in, let's see how long that run was, in 2 minutes and 12 seconds. So I think that was in fact a new record for us because of how quickly a level 70 demon hunter moves. The reason that we're not going to bother doing that though is because it takes a lot longer to get a level 70 Twink set up, and I don't think it's worth the time investment. If you're doing this for bronze, then ideally you want to spend your bronze not on item upgrades as much as on what was I trying to say? Sorry. I'm in go fast mode, so I'm just trying to get all these things done at the quickest possible time. So we ideally would have kept roll available to use right here, because we blasted all of our cooldowns. We can't do that, and the reason I'm keeping Chi-Ji is for after this next pull. And ideally, we also don't want to use Touch of Death if we can avoid it as well, because if we do get, not Stormsat Brewery, if we get Temple of the Jade Serpent, we want to be able to use Touch of Death on the first boss and skip all of the RP nonsense. So, alright, and this boss also has some RP that we can't skip. I've tried everything, including killing these hounds and killing these mobs here. Doesn't let you enter the next room. In any case, we want to ideally loot this boss on this guy in any case, so that we can maximize the amount of bronze that we're getting. All right, here we will pop one of our speed cooldowns, most likely sprint. And then we're just going to hop down and kill this boss real quick for the bonus XP. You can actually skip it if you want, but it's a full boss's worth of bonus XP. So I seem to think that I tend to think rather that it is worth the time. And we are 1 minute and 42 seconds in, and we're just about to pull the final boss here. So as I said, it's just blasting through these dungeons, right? It's super quick, and we're already done, and we could actually already start the queue for the next one. And I know I say this every single stream, but I think it bears repeating that, of course, everything we're doing is completely within the terms of service. We're not using any sort of external tools or anything of that like. Just in case any of you guys have questions about multi-boxing, what we're doing is we just have multiple instances of WoW loaded up. But as you guys can see, I am manually alt-tabbing between everything, and so that stays well within the terms of service, of course. All right, let's queue up for our next dungeon, and you can see here that we already have reached level 13 on these boost characters. And we'll alt-tab over and accept the queues, and then get back to blasting. All right, Scarlet Halls. I do like to check if there's any like dungeon quests that we can do. Oh, we accidentally popped 2 speed cooldowns at once, which we don't want to do in an ideal case, but shouldn't really impact too much of anything. Alright. The annoying thing about having a level 20 monk instead of a higher level monk is that we cannot get multiple charges on our... Now, and Chi-Chi's on cooldown as well, otherwise we would have used Chi-Chi just about here. But yeah, we don't have multiple cooldowns on rolls, which is kind of annoying. Usually I would have used Chi-Chi just to get over here as quickly as possible and to pull as many mobs along the way as we could have as well. Alright, that boss is down. Let's go and start the RP for the final boss. Oh, we got stunned. We got stunned. And usually I like to kill these guys inside, but since they're stunning us, I'm just gonna finish off some of them out here. At least enough to the point that they stop bothering us. Alright. Another speed buff. We'll grab this pack. We'll grab this pack, but most importantly, we will get this boss down quickly as all heck. And like I said, with the amount of threads, which is not that many that we have on this character, even bosses don't take more than 2 or 3 hits to go down. And as you can see, my health has stayed at more or less full this entire time, despite pulling most of the dungeon at once, right? And that's primarily because of the fact that we have so much leech on our cloak that any damage we're doing, we're getting 24% back of it as health. And we are done. That actually took a little bit longer. I think usually I pull that boss back into the corner to avoid him like charging or glitching out. All right, we're level 15, and so we've almost caught up with as far as we got on the speedrun the other day. It says something that I'm getting annoyed by how long the queue how long that queue took. That's how spoiled I've been with how quickly this usually goes. All right. Also, what we will do is we will. Actually, it really doesn't matter if we pick up these quests or not. But since it takes like half a second to do, we'll just go ahead and pick up the quests. Why not? It doesn't cost us anything. And so this is actually the exception of a dungeon on which I will bother running my characters through and looting everything, or looting two of the bosses, I should say. So that's where you want to save Touch of Death for, because this boss otherwise can take a couple minutes of RP before you can actually DPS him down. In all honesty, with the amount of damage that this character has done, that this character does, you can actually kill it through the shield as well. You don't need to wait for the shield to go down. But Touch of Death is just easier, and we have it available to us, so why not? Alright, let's kill and loot. And we're not going to use Chi-Ji just yet. Let's pop our remaining remix buffs, and I know I probably sound like a broken record at this point, but the buffs aren't really going to make much of a difference in terms of anything. We have more than enough stats on our cloak, but you're going to loot a whole bunch of those items while you're running this many heroic dungeons and looting everything, that they're going to disappear at the end of the event in any case, so you might as well use them up along the way, even if they help shave like half a second off of your run times. It's well worth it, because we're not going to get to keep them post the event in any case. All right, and we're almost done with this dungeon. Alright, so we're going to kill this guy, and then we are going to Chi-Ji all the way to the 4th boss. Now, you can skip him if you're running this on, let's say, another class that doesn't have as many movement cooldowns or whatever, but I tend to feel that the experience is worth it, given how quickly you can get over to that boss and get him down as well. So it's one extra bonus experience token, right? Which should hopefully mean that we just need to potentially kill a few fewer of the heroic dungeon bosses. Alright, and while this RP is going on, let's hop back over here, and we can actually go ahead and turn this quest in on both of these characters. We're not going to open up the Cache of Infinite Treasures until the end, because I do want to see if we... I don't want us to get lucky with the RNG on threads. Alright, so we're going to loot this, and this is one of the add-ons. It's called No XP, and what it does is it allows you to loot everything from the characters. You have to switch off auto loot, but it'll automatically loot everything except for items that have experience in the title. Now, if you're running a solo character, or if you're running in general, you probably want to loot the bonus experience threads. They don't make a world of difference because they're only 1% each, but I'm not going to do that on these characters, because we want to see what would happen in the worst case scenario when it comes to RNG. Oh. Boom, last boss down as well, and just in time for us to loot the main boss on both of these characters. Alright, and we can queue up for our next dungeon. And essentially this is all we're going to be doing for the next, hour or so. Which I honestly don't mind when it's just much fun running through dungeons. I will happily grind things out. Alright, we haven't unlocked the quest just yet. One of these days I need to actually not kill any of these hounds so that we get that achievement, because I know there is an achievement for this dungeon where if you don't kill any of the hounds, you get an achievement. Though I think that may not actually be possible, given our tinkers. I think our tinkers will end up killing some of the hounds in any case if we kill any of the other mobs around it. So I take it back. We probably aren't going to attempt that during Remix, at least. And realistically, there's no advantage to completing an achievement like that during remix in any case, because of the fact that it's easy enough to do in regular retail. All right, let's loot this boss and let's move on to the next one. And again, we're going to keep Chi for after the optional boss. So this is Arms Master Harlan. This is the optional boss I was talking about. I tend to think it is worth taking the extra 10 seconds to kill him just because you get an extra XP token in your mailbox, and especially with this dungeon only having 2 mandatory bosses and a grand total of 3 if you choose to do the optional boss, it's a little bit more efficient to do the optional boss as well. Ideally, a lot of the Mists of Pandaria dungeons have three um, bosses, with the exception being Sholomance, and I think Sholomance is the only one that requires you to do 4 bosses. The others are all optional. All right. I wonder if that's what the difference is here between Scarlet Monastery 5. This is Scarlet Halls. I'm not sure if it's showing us the number of times we've run the dungeon or the number of bosses that we killed in this little overview thing. I think it's the number of times that we've run it. I'm not sure why Scarlet Hall shows up twice here. For instance, is my point, or is what I'm trying to figure out rather. All right, I don't know why we're bothering to kill trash. We can just queue up and hop over to our next dungeon. Ideally, we would have line of sighted them around this corner. I was pretty keen on just getting the boss down as quickly as possible, so we could loot and queue up for the next one. Queue is taking longer than normal. What are we waiting for? It looks like someone is. I think we're waiting on someone's queue to pop. This is the only annoying thing is with queuing up while you're inside a dungeon is sometimes this character has decided not to respond to the queue, and so that adds a little bit of time to our whole thing. And actually we could loot some gold coins here as well, I guess, if we wanted to, but we're not going to. We're just going to leave the instance group and queue up again. I do wish it let me just queue with my party as opposed to having to queue up with everyone who's in the random dungeon. That's definitely a little annoying. Boom, there we go. Noswin has the quest for us. So we will just quickly pick up this quest and get the voucher. And we'll use the Noswin's voucher after we do this dungeon. But it saves us having to fly over there manually ourselves. Alright. As we learned last time, we do not want to use all of our movement cooldowns just yet because we still have quite a bit of running after this, although I think we will pop Chi after this. Boom. Done. Boss done. Let's Chi over to the second boss. In here, if you want, you can gather up some more of this trash for a little bit more XP, but it's honestly doesn't make too much of a difference. I just have a couple seconds left on Chi, so we will gather a couple more mobs up. Are we high enough level to pick up the quest? I guess not. Alright. And again, we're leaving all of the loot on the bosses in the heroic dungeons, aside from Temple of the Jade Serpent, where it's just a little bit easier. And the reason I do that is also because, as I mentioned at the start of the stream, the characters that are camped out at the start of the dungeon will not get bronze in their mail. They will get everything else though, and most importantly, they will get the experience items. Alright, so usually I just pull everything back here. And annoyingly, this character has followed us. This party member has chosen to follow us into the dungeon, like into this room. So hopefully the boss doesn't sprint over to them, because that would add a little bit more time to how long this run takes. Boom, done. So yeah, this dungeon also only has 3 bosses. And we're already level 21. So if we were to do the method that we did last time, we would be just 4 levels away from running raids. But this time we are going to dungeon run all the way to 41 or 42, and then do all of the raids. All right, so it looks like we have the same silly queue problem again, because someone decided to drop the party instead of queuing up with us. Boom. It's always it's always the other person who's super slow on like accepting the queue and stuff like that. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, sorry. I thought they rejected the queue. All right, so let's use our handy dandy macro. And I've just put together a very basic macro explaining to people in the group that I'm going to power through and kill everything, and they're more than welcome to just camp out at the entrance should they so choose. We didn't want to pop Chi-Chi here, but we have done it now, so we might as well use it to round up some of these hosens, because we got to kill 40 of them in order to spawn the first boss. And I think some of these mobs also drop loot. I remember like during mists, all of these hosen would give experience. I don't know if they still do that. It looks like they are still kind of giving experience, so it may actually be worth pulling all of them and killing them for XP. I suppose I could have just seen it here by the percentage, which would have increased if we were getting XP from them. All right. I don't know what our session length has been so far. I don't know how much time we've been. There's RP on the last boss that we can alt over and check then. This guy should go down pretty quick as well. And again, if you guys have any questions about anything, let me know in the chat, or drop a comment if you're watching the video later on, and I will get back to you as soon as I can. Oh, looks like we're missing buffs. All right, let's just place this guy here so that the RP starts. And I thought we collapsed these things. All right, so the other weak aura that we are going to be looking at, or I'm not sure if it's a weak aura, actually I think it's an actual add-on, is XP token calculator. Is it a weak aura? Am I mistaken? Yep, it is a weak aura, my bad. All right, and that's this one here, which will tell you your current level, your sorry, I think the trash actually did spawn here. Oh no, we are blackout drunk because we didn't move our character enough. Hopefully that does wear off and we can kill these things that did that to us. How dare they get us drunk. All right. And these as well, you can line of sight them back behind the pillar there, which can sometimes be a little bit quicker to get them down, but I usually don't bother. I just kill them where they stand. I wonder why all these guys are like camped out around the entrance here. It doesn't look like there's a a player that they're like running towards. All right, and this should spawn the boss, and then we can look at the XP token add-on. That should make things a lot easier for us. I think we do need to check a mailbox in order to have it fully load. All right, and we're at level 22 on both. We're unlocking achievements. We're looting. We're getting bonuses. And already it looks like we're getting the lesser bronze caches instead of the, what is it, minor ones? I think it's minor, lesser, and then regular, and then greater. And so the quests at level 70 reward a greater one, which is why we're going to wait with turning in the daily quests. Even though it is about to be, it should be lockout, like the daily reset should be in about an hour and a half, I think, on my server, because I play on North American servers, and so in reality the what was I trying to say? The reset would be in an hour and a half or so, which means we could technically, if we wanted to, turn in these quests twice, because we could turn them in once now for XP and bronze, and then turn them in again once we hit level 70. But I wanna keep this as realistic as I said, for you guys to be able to repeat this at any time and not have to wait, like not have to plan your runs around a lockout. Because the goal of this should be that you can do this, right after this stream and not have to time it around lockouts, which if you actually live in the time zone that your realms are in. Oh my god, why do people never read what I say in chat and pull everything in this room where they stand? It takes so much longer to kill this trash. If you just line of sight them out the door, it is so much quicker, which is why I have my little macro that puts in chat that, look guys, let me pull everything and just only fight on bosses so that we can get through it as quickly as possible. But people don't like to listen, which is fair enough. I suppose it is a bit demanding of me to try and tell them how to play. Alright, let's throw up our buffs while we're doing all this, and we can actually use this item here to pull this entire room, and that's also the battle horn and the Salian battle banner are both remix toys. So if you didn't get them in Miss Pandaria, or if you haven't farmed them outside of the thing, you can literally use bronze to unlock these, even if you're playing on a starter account. Now it'll probably take you a little bit longer to get enough bronze on a starter account to buy those toys, but it can be done and can help with some of those, with some of these pulls, just so you don't have to run around grabbing them manually. All right, let's loot this boss, and we actually haven't used Chiji yet in this dungeon, but that's fine, we can save it for the next one. This would also be a good room to use it. You want to idly kill Professor Slate because he does drop more bronze than your average mob, in my experience. Alright, Dark Master Ganding is down. We can queue up for our next dungeon. And so we're 27 point... I love that it's like swapping around which character is higher level, but luckily they are both at exactly the same amount of XP. It annoyed me to no end that the last time we did one of these speed runs, one of the characters somehow got a little bit more XP than the other one, and so one of them dinged level 70, and the other one still had to turn in another like daily quest in order to catch up with them. All right, let's up for our next dungeon. And we may actually have to take a quick break right after this dungeon because I may need to go take care of something. I want to make sure that they're in the exact same positioning because I have a feeling that that's what went wrong last time, that I moved one of them a little bit further and so they got experience off an additional boss that the first one didn't. Oh, and the battle horn is off of cooldown. I wonder if this would be a good spot to use the battle horn to just pull all of these mobs at once. I have a sneaking suspicion that it may be more efficient to use the battle horn in the next room though. I suppose we can test it out right now. Oh, no, that's going to remove a bunch of these characters. I think it just pulled some more of the mobs that were already around us here. Yeah, it doesn't look like the characters at the start are actually getting XP for the mobs that we're killing here, so we should probably be moving them forward. I do wonder if that's also going to impact their boss XP. And I also don't want to move too much further forward because we do not want to risk them pulling and dying to some of those mobs. If we don't get XP, we don't get XP. It is what it is. I feel like dying would take up more time. Although I guess they'd respawn right where they're standing, but let's try and be a little bit hardcore and try and get them to 70 without any deaths. Although, in all honesty, I say that and they're probably going to die in the raids. Sorry about that. There's some sort of buggy type thing that's trying to crawl onto me. Alright, and we're done. And yep, they've gotten over level 25. This is the longest in a row that I've just grinded out dungeons like this. So, hopefully I don't get too bored. Oh, and I said that I was supposed to go do something after this dungeon. Anyways, that gives us about 2 or 3 minutes. Oh, my bad. Sorry guys, I just have a couple of messages that I need to respond to, which we will do after this pull. Or after this dungeon, rather. We have to be careful to not spin in this room because you will get stunned by those barrels. Ooh, this is probably a good use of the battle horn. This room here, because we found out that I think they are still giving... Oh, no. Can we... it doesn't... It says... It should work, given what it says, only those native to Pandaria. I mean, if I feel like that's one of those weird bugs that Blizzard just never bothered to fix. Because surely if Scarlet Halls and Scarlet Monasteries count as being in Pandaria, then how would this dungeon not count when it's literally the entrance is in Pandaria? Whereas the Scarlet dungeons are back in the Eastern Kingdoms. Alright, let's loot and shoot. For this dungeon, we could have probably actually already used Chi-Chi to blast through all of this. But I don't think it should... Yeah, I don't think it makes much of a difference whether we use Chi-Chi first and then these speed cooldowns later, or vice versa. And for these guys as well, you can line of sight them around here just to gather them up and make them easier to bring down quicker. Alright. Done. Let's loot. that mob and pull everyone else. Oh, we forgot to use GG. Oh well. I suppose we can now. If I don't run into things, which is the only downside of GG is it functions like rolling a bunch of times, which is also the advantage, I suppose. So. Alright, we don't want to stand there because we're going to get blackout drunk like we did last time. And when I say blackout drunk, I mean the debuff that we had. Alright, I suppose the trash at least gives us something to kill in the meantime. The other issue with playing Miss Pandaria Remix is that you start to get used to A, being super overpowered, being super quick. The other thing that spoils me, at least, is that there is this Tinker that gives you immunity to fall damage, which has gotten me into some trouble on retail because I keep jumping off of things and wondering why I died. I wonder if Touch of Chiji would have gotten us out of having to do that mechanic. In either case, it's probably still not worth it. Alright, we're going to leave the instance group real quick. There's no point picking up these quests because we would need to run to the end of the dungeon to turn them in any case, which we're not going to bother doing. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break and be right back. Oh, we're back, and I almost started playing without unmuting again, which would not have been good. All right, let's pop the Noswins real quick since we're out of the dungeons, and I think we can also then quickly do those quests. Where is Noswin's voucher? This one, this guy. There we go. All right, let's do whatever quests we need to. And actually, I wonder if those gem quests will also scale. So we should probably turn them in after. We probably only want to turn in quests after we have all of our XP threads. With that said, was there anything else we needed to do at the market? Not that I can think of. We can probably equip some gear just for kicks and giggles, because we would have looted something along the way. At least our item level will look a little bit less terrible. We don't need a meadow. We don't need anything. We'll do this when we're filling the queue, because anyways, the gear we're getting right now is going to be way lower level than what we want to equip. Where am I at the wrong window? All right, We are 26. We're going all the way to 41 or 42, so it's going to be a couple more dungeons that are required. Actually, what we wanted to do is we wanted to park them in front of the mailbox because our handy little mail add-on will tell us what how many tokens we have and how many tokens we need. Alright, and I want to be careful to not pick up any of those bronze orbs. Ideally, if you're leveling characters individually, you would want to loot those. Why is our XP token calculator not refreshing? Let's... Okay, there we go. There we go. And we're intentionally skipping out on the queue. Hopefully we don't get like deserter or whatever for missing a queue. I don't think we should, but I have gotten deserter in the midst of one of these runs before, and that was not fun. Now, if you aren't trying to be as intense about everything, you can actually go ahead and use the retrieve threads button here and the retrieve items button. We will use the retrieve items button at some point, but right now I want to keep our inventory nice and empty so that we don't have any issues with having too much inventory. Now, the cool thing is that this add-on here tells us two things. It tells us, first of all, how many heroic dungeon tokens we have in our mailbox. It will also tell us how many raid XP tokens we have, and it also gives us a handy little tool both here and here, as well as here, that tells us how many tokens we need in total and how many we still need to farm. Now, of course, these numbers look super high. According to this, we would need 209 more heroic dungeon tokens, but the reason for that is because of the fact that we don't have the XP threads on just yet, and we haven't run the raids yet. So that number will come down quite a bit as we get through more dungeons, of course, but it's not like we need to run 50 dungeons in order to max that out. I have a sneaking suspicion that that may be the reason why doing the raids is going to be more time efficient than just blasting heroic dungeons nonstop, but we shall see, I suppose. And we might as well use up our drafts as well while we're waiting. Alright. And we have Touch of Death available, which is always nice, because that way we can just skip the first boss. I have also accidentally used Touch of Death on one of these trash mobs before, which was not fun. It didn't really add too much time because of the fact that, like I said, we're doing enough damage that you can kill the boss through his little bubble shield thing as well. But still good to do it if you can. Alright. Missing the intellect buff. And again, we're saving Chi-Ji for the end here. Alright, let's... so these, I don't think we're going to bother running through and looting all the items. We will see if we have... I think we still need to turn in these two quests, or one of the quests, because I think one of the items drops from the boss. Considering it takes like 10 seconds to run in and loot these bosses, it's probably worth it to just get the extra bronze. Ideally, we don't want things coming over and killing our twinks that are parked at the start here. Why did we not kill enough of these trash? Is that why they're like spawning? Oh, and we wasted Chi-Ji as well. Alright. it is what it is. I think it's still worth it to go kill that last boss. Because it is one more bonus experience token, and it is more experience that we're gonna get. Oh, annoyingly, we already have a slight gap because I think we killed some trash between when we turned in the quest on either of these characters, which is not great, but it is what it is. That minor of a difference is, it could literally be RNG. And I don't really have an easy way to bridge that gap, so no worries. Boom, looted, and let us actually go ahead and loot on these two characters. Why is one of my accounts lagging more than the other? And ideally, I would socket in a speed movement buff on each of these characters as well, just to make these runs between bosses a little bit easier. But like I said, we'll optimize characters when we're trying to fill up our group for the raids. Alright, let's queue up for another dungeon. And we're at level 28, so we're almost 3/4 of the way to being done with heroic dungeons once and for all. Gate just did not want to click. And you can actually get a bit of bonus movement speed if you spec as Windwalker on this booster. Because I think one of the talent, I'm not sure whether it's actually a talent. I should know because I main a monk. But I think one of the talents or just one of the base spells you get as a Windwalker gives you a movement speed buff, as it were, of about 5%. So you can be a little bit quicker at running through the dungeons without losing much in the way of tankiness or DPS. It's just if you queue as a tank, it's going to respec you into Brewmaster anyway. So I prefer to run Brewmaster on this character, just because I think it's a little bit less annoying for players that you're running with if the tank is the one pulling everything. We're doing okay on inventory space for right now, so we probably don't need to bother with scrapping. Alright, and this is the room that we want to use our battle horn in to pull the entire room, and then we're going to come down here to start the RP and line of sight them around this corner so that they're nice and stacked up and easy for us to mow down. And welcome to the stream, everyone who's watching live on YouTube or Twitch. If you guys have any questions or want to know what we're doing or why we're doing what we're doing, let me know in chat and I'll be happy to recap. But basically we are running through, we are taking two remix characters through a bunch of heroic dungeons on a level 20 Twink in order to power level them for two reasons. A, we want as many level 70s as we can get for the War Within. Because of the way that the professions are going to work in the War Within, it's going to be extremely powerful to have an alt army. And so that's the main reason why we're running these characters through. The secondary reason, though it may be a primary reason if you don't plan on having a bunch of alts that you do professions on, is it's also a super effective bronze farm, especially if you're doing 2 characters at a time like I am. Because you get bonus experience tokens at level 50, 60, and 70. So at level 50, you get 3,000 bonus experience, or 3,000 bonus bronze rather. At level 60, you get 7,000 bonus bronze, and at level 70, you get 30,000 bonus bronze. So in all, you get 40,000 bonus bronze from every character that you take from level 10 to 70 during the remix. And we have 54 days left on the remix, so we have plenty of time to level a whole bunch more alts, and I'm probably going to try and see how many characters we can get leveled. I think, realistically speaking, I don't know how many of these characters I'll be able to afford to set up professions on in the first week or two of the War Within, but how many ever we can get leveled and have them start learning professions, we can start doing some of our cooldowns and some of the other things that will earn us a boatload of gold, especially in the early expansion launch period. There's usually gold to be made with dang near everything. But at the bare minimum, what we will probably do with the alts that we don't have enough time to properly level a profession on is we will take tailoring and potentially alchemy and just do cooldowns on them. We may drop those professions later on once we can afford to level something else on them, but at least at launch we are going to, at the bare minimum, put tailoring and definitely tailoring. Alchemy I haven't really done a deep dive on yet. Tailoring we looked at together on stream. We looked at tailoring on the beta. It was still early days when we looked at it. We looked at it again the other day, and they have actually fixed the mat cost and things, so things are starting to shape up a bit. With each of the beta builds, they're clearly working on the professions a good bit, which is nice to see, because as a gold maker, that is one of my main interests in this game, and one of the main reasons that I play World of Warcraft is to have fun with all the professions. So if you haven't played World of Warcraft in a while, Dragonflight was by far, I think, the best professions I've ever felt, because they added talent trees, and they added quests and profession gear, and they added weekly quests that were basically mandatory if you wanted to use Dragonflight professions to make gold. I wouldn't say mandatory, but if you wanted to maximize the amount of gold you were going to make, it really paid off to have a bunch of characters that you were doing your weekly quests on and unlocking knowledge points, also because of the fact that the talent trees for professions give you a whole bunch of different options, right? So it's not as simple as just having a tailor. You have a tailor that specializes in cloth cooldowns. You have a tailor that specializes in crafting better cloth or into spell threads or whatever it is. And so that sort of allowed everyone to do their own build and sort of test things out. And the fact that you can't reset your profession talents also made it that much more important that you made the right choices, or that made the differences in the specs all that much more meaningful, which was just an absolute blast. And they've kept the same profession system with a few fairly important changes in the War Within that we've been testing out on the beta. So if you're interested in any of that content, check out my YouTube channel or the Twitch video on demands. And we've been through tailoring. We've done a deep dive into tailoring. We did a deep dive into engineering, which also looks super exciting and also has its own cooldown that we ideally want our engineers to get started on as soon as possible. But also, for more context there, aside from just using tailors and alchemists for transmutes and repeatable things like that, there is genuinely a case to be made to have a minimum of 4 tailors that you're actively working on, because I was able to, just looking at the early stages that things are on in the beta, I was already able to make the case to have at least 4 tailors that I take somewhat seriously and bother running all the like weekly quests and things on. I'm not gonna lie, it does seem like it's probably gonna be a lot of work. We don't know all the sources of weekly knowledge points, and there's a replacement for Artisans of Metal if you've played Dragonflight, called Artisans Acuity, that we will also need a boatload of, that will also be time gated. So having a bunch of alts will help us not really skip, but take more advantage of those time gates to make a boatload of gold. Can we get him down? Oh, yep, there we go. We got him down before. Heck yeah, we got him down before he did his little mechanic thingamajig. All right, we are level 30. I think at this point, each dungeon should give us about a level, if I'm not mistaken, which should equate to around 10 more dungeons that we need to run. Maybe a little more or a little less, we'll see. And our mailbox will be super useful in telling us whether or not we need to run any dungeons after we do all of our raids. Alright, let's see if these mobs actually run over to us, or if they just... Alright, let's go ahead and loot. And I think we are going to kill these, because I have a feeling that these were the ones that were spawning at the entrance and attacking our boosties when, like the 2 characters that were boosting on our other account. I think I popped all of my speed cooldowns too early. And gather them up, beat them down, and then the boss should spawn right then. And in all honesty, this does feel like a lot of dungeons to be running one after the other. It is getting a little bit monotonous, I'm not going to lie. It hasn't in the past, because you're just moving so fast and like killing things and stuff like that, but I think I have reached the point at which I've done so many of these that I don't know how many more characters I necessarily want to level this way, I think. Even if it's more time efficient. I'm honestly getting a little restless with just chain running dungeons like this. We may take another break in a couple minutes here. And we should also check what our slash plate has been so far. And we can actually just alt tab over and see. So it's been 1 hour and 12 minutes and we are at level 31. So it's been 1 hour and 10 minutes and we are at level 31 already on both of these characters, which means we are making good time. Presumably, if it doesn't take us super long to get through all of our dungeons and make it to 41, 42, I think we can still conceivably get them to level 70 within the 2-hour time limit that we're shooting for. Probably should have started a timer on this character as well, just so we could have kept an eye on things and how we're trending. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break and then we will be right back to continue running dungeons. Alright, and we're back. Ideally, if I really wanted to min-max these characters, we would have logged out whenever we take breaks. Alright, the queue's already popped. I'm not gonna bother looting. It's fine. It's handy to loot for the XP threads. Saves you having to open one more mail in the what do you call it, in the mail box, but that doesn't take much time in any case, so it's not really a major concern. All right, let's see if we can beat our time. We so far to this point we have popped the right cooldowns at the right time, and so hopefully we should be able to set a new personal record for fastest clear. Just want to double check that I am in fact unmuted, and I am. All right, we got a loot. We're missing our battle shout. Let's throw that buff up. Let's pull this and let's DPS this boss down as quickly as possible so we can start the RP while we kill the other trash. Although it looks like the other trash already died on the way over, and we AoE looted those as well. Boom, done. Let's move on to the optional boss, and then we will pop Chi-Chi and run into the last room. I'm trying to think of where we could have used the where we can more efficiently use the battle horn here. And I think it probably is that next room that we're gonna go into in a second here. All right, boss looted. Let's pop Chi-Chi. We're 1 minute and 26 seconds in, but we lost some time because we fell off the platform. All right, let's pull all of these guys. Yeah, I don't think we need to use the battle charge buff thing. And we could have done this quicker if we had used Touch of Death on the boss, but I don't really want to do that because I want to keep it if in case our next dungeon is Temple of the Jade Serpent again. And we're at level 32 on our alts. We should do a mailbox check at some point, but I think we can at this point just push straight through to 42 and then do all that stuff while we're filling up our raid group. I think it's a bit early for US servers. I think last time we were able to get such a good group that blasted through everything so fast because of the fact that we were playing during like server hours. So look at it this way, it'll only be easier for you if you're playing during peak hours for your server and not doing what I'm doing, which is playing at the equivalent of like 9 a.m., which I don't know how many other people are playing at 9 a.m. server time. This is the room that we want to not attack anything in. Ideally, I was just about to... Oh! Alright, I think we should probably bother killing these mobs because they are slowing us down. And we don't have any movement speed cooldowns that we can pop because we've already used all of them. If we just stand here, we should be able to funnel XP for all of these party animals to our characters camped at the beginning. All right, let's bust down the boss. And if you're watching the stream on YouTube or on Twitch, do let me know in chat. Are you playing Mist of Pandaria Remakes? If you're watching the video on demand, feel free to leave a comment and let me know if you're playing Mist of Pandaria Remakes. If you've watched any of my if you've watched any of my other videos, if you've tried any of the things that I've set out, or if you're playing retail, are you excited for the War Within? Let me know. I think, given how repetitive this is, this may not be the most interesting thing to be doing on stream. But since we did try the other method and we didn't come anywhere close to 2 hours, it took us 3.5 hours. I wanted to clear my name and at least do one more stream where we are hopefully closer to the 2-hour mark. And I think we should be okay if we have good enough luck with clearing the raids super quick. And it's server reset in about an hour from now, so hopefully we can catch some people who are looking to complete their raids either just before lockout or right after the raid resets. And raid resets are daily for Mist of Pandaria Remix, if in case you guys weren't aware. Not only in Remix, but also in retail. So if you want to farm things the old-fashioned way, which I think weapons would be the main attraction there. If you want to farm them the old-fashioned way, you can definitely do them that way. Like, you can definitely do it that way as well on your retail characters, and you don't need to bother leveling up like a remix character if there's just a very specific piece. I think it would still be the most efficient. I still think the most efficient way would be to just to level a character in remix and use the bronze to buy whatever appearance or mount or toy or whatever else you're trying to farm. But that option is available to you should you so choose. Oh, we didn't defeat him before the mechanic popped. I can't use that ability when pacified. I think I need to be basically floating off the ground. Alright. And we are 33. So yeah, I think it's about one level a dungeon. Although actually if we mouse over we can, I think one of our add-ons should give us the average levels we're getting per dungeon. One of these add-ons should tell us here. Average level per run 4.25, but I think that's also accounting for the fact that we were getting levels a lot quicker previously on these characters, and that will slow down as we get higher in level, of course. All right, let's see if this was a good place to use the battle horn. Now, ideally, we would move these characters forward and so that they get the maximum possible XP from the final boss as well. And I think we did clear far enough back that we can actually move them forward. Although maybe not. Alright, we looted all of this. Alright, let's just pop GG in and zerg through to the last boss. Or the second last boss, I guess, and then soon after to the last boss. Brother Korloff. I'm sorry, brother. There's XP to be gained. Yeah, so they're actually missing out on 2 bosses worth of experience. We may all tab over when this boss is doing their little RP thing. And I don't know where exactly we would need to move them for them to get more XP. It doesn't look like... I am worried about pulling something and dying because of that. Oh, we're not facing the right way, are we? Where is the boss? Yeah, sure enough. Someone else ran in the room and got... Did the boss reset? Jeez, this is what happens when I'm looking at my phone instead of focusing on the dungeon that's in front of us. Yeah, I think the boss literally reset. Jeez. This is why I have my little macro that tells everyone to just wait at the start. Because if anyone's not behind this pillar here, they're going to get charged, and then the boss will literally charge out of their little boss area, and that'll cause the boss to reset. Oh no, we are getting attacked, but it's literally doing nothing to us, which is interesting. There we go. And I don't think we actually ended up getting experience on these characters from that. I am actually going to leave the instance group in this case because I'm not a fan of people who aren't going to follow instructions when they're getting free dungeon boosts. I'm not trying to be precious here. It's remix. I'm not trying to gatekeep anything, but at the same time, having a reset like that is kind of annoying. It does slow down our time a whole bunch. Like, that run took us 3 minutes and 3 seconds instead of 2 minutes and 26 seconds. That's a whole 30 seconds that I then wasted explaining how much time it added to everything there. All right, it looks like we still need another 157 tokens according to this, but of course that number is going to come down rapidly because the 3 raids that we're going to do on each of our boosty characters is going to give us 42% bonus XP each. Now, if we wanted to really optimize things, we would probably just run the raids on them because the raid tokens do give you more XP than the dungeon ones do. But again, I want to show you guys what's possible within one lockout, so that you can just sit down and hammer this out within one lockout. Otherwise, that may be in some cases more efficient in overall like slash played, and that may be what we do with some of the other characters. Because honestly, running this many dungeons back to back is kind of I wouldn't say soul crushing. It's by far, it's definitely not the worst farm I've done in 19 years of playing this game. I've definitely spent a lot more time to get a lot less, but if we can bring that time down, why not? Okay, and at least this group seems to be listening and just waiting at the start, or at least waiting earlier on so that I can line of sight all of these mobs into this room and we can start the RP that much quicker. Or I may be mistaken because I think there is a hunter in that room, but at least he waited for me to grab all of the trash first. All right, let's loot. And we're doing okay on inventory for now. We will scrap everything that we have here and see how much bronze we get from all of that, because all of this was farmed during this run. I'm not going to include gems, although ideally I should be, because gems would also give us a decent amount of bronze from scrapping them, but it just takes super long to scrap individual gems. I would say combine them into the legendary gems and then scrap them. That's just a little bit quicker to do. And actually, well, we may actually, ideally, I should macro like, I should use one of the macros that are out there to combine gems whenever you attack, because you can actually combine gems while running. I don't want to do that quite yet because of the fact that I still have some gems from before this run on this character, but you only loot the green quality gems, so presumably we can actually just count all of the green gems we have, and that should be a good approximation of how much bronze we got on, like, during this run in and of itself. So we'll probably hit the bank, drop off the remaining, like, drop off anything above a green gem, and then combine everything and see how much bronze we get out of that, just so that I can give you guys a good estimate of roughly how much bronze you can expect to get on one of these runs. Though I don't think that'll be accounted for in our bronze per hour tracker here, because I probably will have taken a longer time on that. All right, let's actually go ahead and start opening these things, and you can see we're getting a whole bunch of gear here. And of course, we did empty our bags at the start, so it is a pretty clean environment that we're going to be counting all this in. All right. The other reason, and I think I don't think I mentioned this on today's stream or the stream the other day, actually, that you want to use a level 20 Twink, or that I would recommend using a level 20 Twink, is because of the fact that at level 20 you're locked out of all the annoying Miss Pandaria dungeons, like the what is it, Gates of Neozao, I think is one of them. And there's a couple of those dungeons in Miss Pandaria that just require you to go through a whole bunch of RP. And those, if you were to run on a level 70, once your boosting characters get up into like the 40s and 50s, those dungeons will start to be available to them. And you really don't want to, like, they're very, very slow for boosting. So, like, they're very, very slow to run because you have a bunch of unskippable RP that will definitely bring down your average dungeon clear time by a good bit. Now, so yeah, that's definitely one of the other reasons why you don't want to. I would recommend against using a level 70 that's fully geared. Also because you're using an active account slot, right? So instead of bringing that level 70, you could have used the starter account and leveled another level 70 while you're boosting that first character. I don't, like, I'm sure there are people out there who have PCs that are not strong enough to run 3 instances of WoW. But in all honesty, I was able to do all of that while streaming on my, like, work laptop, which isn't super powered. It's got like an i5 and 16 GB of RAM, and is of course a laptop. But I'm not even sure if it has a discrete graphic card, in all honesty. But I was able to run everything off of that, so I think hopefully you should be okay. And we're already at level 35. So we could have taken a break real quick from the heroic dungeons in order to what do you call it? To get ourselves through Mogushan Vaults and Heart of Fear. But we are trying this method to see if it's quicker, and hopefully that gives us. Hopefully it's easier to fill a group quicker to reset. Closer to reset, I mean. I don't know how many people are still necessarily actively farming bronze, but presumably there would still be at least a handful of people who are still, like, maxed out and trying to get their characters as OP as possible. Honestly, if you have just 1 or 2 eye level 476 characters in your group, gonna have a pretty easy time clearing through most of the raids in super fast times. All right. We're definitely missing the. We're definitely gonna have to do the mechanic on this boss because we were looking at our phone, or we skipped it. Okay, I guess if you damage enough to get them out of that phase, then you're good. All right, give me just a second, you guys. I need to. We are gonna take another quick little break. All right, see you guys in a second. Alright, and we're back in. Hopefully we haven't added too much time to our slash played by AFKing for a second there. And we're at 1 hour 40 minutes. Okay, so it's less likely that we're going to be under 2 hours. Considering we're at level 36 on both of these characters and we still need to do 3 raids. That said, we needed to take a break because I needed to grab some more water. Remember to stay hydrated, guys. It's the most important thing. And also because I need to grab some snacks. I probably should have eaten before I started my stream, but hopefully that isn't too loud on the microphone. And if it is, please let me know in chat or indeed in the comments. I think probably for future character runs that I'm planning on doing like this, I probably will not do them on stream, in all honesty, but also probably split up the heroic dungeons, because as fun as it is running um, dungeons on a super OP twink like this, um, running this many of them back to back to back is it does get a little monotonous. Like, it is getting a bit monotonous for me, um, especially with the number of characters that I plan on leveling. Uh, I don't see myself wanting to do this in one stretch like this all that often. Alright, boss down, which means it's time to queue up for yet another heroic dungeon. Let's see if the battle horn actually works here. It seems like it does work, but I think the main issue is that those mobs are spawning because of the corpse pile. Let's see if we can if we kill the corpse pile, then presumably we can move our boost characters up a bit, and have them actually get XP from the later bosses, because I think we're missing out on basically 2 bosses worth of XP, which is not great, because that's the main reason we're doing all of this. It's to try and maximize the XP that those characters are getting. I think maybe if we park them at the entrance of the hall, we should be kind of okay. Hopefully they don't pull anything. And I suppose we can test out where is a good spot for them to sort of camp themselves. Looks like they are getting XP till there. Let's unpop Chi-Chi and let's see. Yeah, okay, looks like that may be a good spot for them because they definitely both got experience from that boss. So maybe that's where we need to park them. I suppose we will find out whether or not they're within range to get XP from the final boss of this dungeon. Alright, and hopefully our other party members don't run into this room and reset the boss. Though we're again in a position where they aren't getting any XP. Let's see if moving them maybe here. Maybe if we move them over here. Uh-oh. That's not good. Uh-oh. 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 They're trying to alt-tab over, I think. Oh, no, we died. Okay, that's not good. Let's make sure this one dies too. Did the boss reset in any case? I think... Okay, I think that all went... I think that all went to crap. So much for doing a hardcore remix level and... Oh geez, I think we just let too many mobs pile up on us and I think the boss did in fact reset. Or... maybe not. It looks like High Inquisitor White Man is still alive. We can't release until... we can't release until the boss is done in any case, although... I think the boss just reset because we didn't get the... Dang it. Alright, it seems like last time it was only about a 30-second inconvenience. We can't release because someone's in combat. I don't use these target things too much, but... What is going on? Did they reset the boss again? I am extremely confused. I think the boss reset again. Jeez. See, this is what I mean by people being really annoying and pulling things as DPS. This run's taken us 6 minutes. We could have done 2 or even 3 dungeons in this much time. Speedrun's out the window, I think. Okay, this doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Because it looks like High Inquisitor Whitemane. Jeez, how come none of this stuff ever happens off stream? But the second I'm streaming anything trying to show people how to do things quickly is when we encounter all these bugs and technical issues. Alright, I think we are just gonna leave the instance group and hopefully not get the deserter debuff and be able to continue our run, because this is goofy. I don't know how many runs I've done so far on characters, and jeez, what am I supposed to do if the rest of the group won't drop combat? Because they're presumably waiting for it. And I can't release either. Do I just have to like wait here until something happens? I genuinely don't know what to do. I guess we just wait until combat drops. I was thinking about logging out, but I don't think that helps us with anything. And that also resets all of our timers here, which we don't want to do. So I guess it's as good a time as any to take a quick little break until hopefully one of these guys actually drops combat. I don't know what the heck they're doing. This is really annoying. Especially because we're almost coming up on that 2-hour mark that we were hoping to be done with the entire run by. In any case, welcome to the stream. If you guys are just joining us, what we're doing is we're speedrunning we're speedrunning 2 remix characters from 10 to 70 by basically running heroic dungeons using a level 20 Twink, which is this guy over here, to just blast through heroic dungeons. After which we will run normal mode Mogushan Vaults, then we'll run normal mode Heart of Fear, and then lastly we will run normal Terrace of Endless Springs. The annoying part is that for some reason we had a member of the dungeon party who decided to not only continually bug the boss, but then also is refusing to drop combat, so even leaving the instance group, I am not able to res. And I don't think leaving party will help, because I think party is now just the 3 characters that I'm playing. So, yeah, I don't know what we do. I have never had this issue when I'm not streaming, and I have at this point, I guess we just have to wait it out, and that kind of means our speed runs out the window. Yeah, we've done 130 dungeons on this character. And this has never happened before, so I literally don't know how to deal with this, which is not great, especially because we're dead. We tried to move the characters forward so that they would get more XP, because basically if they're just camped at the beginning, they don't get XP from the final 2 bosses of what do you call it, Scarlet Monastery. I think we are gonna, although I really don't want to reset my trackers. But we may not have a choice, in all honesty, if nothing happens soon. Let's check the ever useful battle.net support page. And I left the group on the character that wasn't dead either, so I can't even like vote to kick. Jeez. If you're watching the stream live, though, do let me know if you guys are playing Remix, if you guys are playing Retail, if you guys are excited about the War Within, if you've tried leveling any characters with either of the methods that I've been showing on stream, as in today or any of the other days. I also posted a YouTube video actually about this yesterday, but I swear this is the first time it's ever been this bugged out for me. Alright, I think we're gonna go on a quick break and I'm gonna try and see if I can figure out what to do about these two characters. Alright, so we're back. And we did Google it a bit. We did look through the support window. It seems like we can't use the unstuck tool. I tried dropping group, dropping party, um, as well as tried to set up a new queue, like queue for something else, but it won't let me queue because of the fact that members of the party are dead. And so I think we are going to have to log out on both of these accounts and reset all of our trackers and things like that. Luckily, we didn't get a lot of bronze on these characters, so the bronze this session count shouldn't be too off, but the bronze per hour count is definitely going to be a bit off. In any case, it's not super accurate right now because of the fact that we haven't opened any of the caches that we've gotten or anything else. It's just our time in this session looks like at exactly 2 minutes in, we had to log out, and it's saying that we need to give it a couple minutes, I guess, to reset. We may just try logging this directly back in and seeing if that did anything, but it may need to like reset the characters at the server side, and logging in and logging out may not be quite like that. May be too quick for the server to have registered completely that we've fully logged out and allow us to res. But let's see, we lost 15. We added another basically 15 to 20 minutes to our runtime because of this. And honestly, with how much of a pain it has been running this many dungeons one after the other, I don't know if I'm going to be doing this again, certainly on stream. I thought it would be a little bit more exciting, but here we are. It looks like they did port the characters out because we're getting the Miss Pandaria loading screen, which is a good sign. Which is a good sign because that either means that yeah, it has ported us back to where we were before we queued up. So that's good at least. I'm only wondering if logging out earlier would have been a better call. I don't like that this week order doesn't show us a total played time. In any case, we are back in the game. Let's queue up for another dungeon. Let's hope we don't get anyone who bugs out bosses and then continues to pull things when we're telling them to not, because it's causing the boss to bug out. Alright. Anyway. Slight hiccup. It is what it is. Let's just quickly buff up. Not that the buffs make any sort of a difference, but we're already so far behind our speedrun targets that it's spending an extra 10 seconds buffing is probably not the biggest of our concerns. In any case, as tempted as I am to move characters forward here as well to get XP off the last boss, I think my biggest learning from losing 20 minutes of our speed run is that it certainly is not worth taking the time to like risking having those two characters die. Ah well, it is what it is. You can't win them all. It is super annoying though that that I've run like 130 dungeons on this character, or at least entered 130 dungeons. I don't know what cases I would have entered a dungeon and not finished it on, given how OP this character is. So I'm just going to assume that it is in fact 130 dungeons that we've run on this character. And in none of those times have we had an issue like that. But of course, we're streaming, so things are way more likely to go wrong. I don't know why I have such bad luck when I'm trying to stream things, or do things live on stream. But it is what it is. All right, let's use our battle horn. Pull that entire room. And let's see if we are actually getting XP on the boosties. Okay, it looks like until here we do get XP. And so hopefully we should hit level 38 after this boss. And then that should only mean 1 or 2 more dungeons that we need. Or actually, no, we have to get to level 42. So, all right, maybe 3 or 4 more dungeons. After which is when we were gonna start our raids, which is not great because that probably means that it's going to be around the same amount of time to level 70, which was 3.5 hours last time. Assuming we're able to find a group pretty quick as well, and I am a little bit skeptical of that given the fact that it is a quarter to 10 a.m. server time on a Wednesday. But with any luck, we will be closer to. We will be just after reset, so there may be some people who are online just to get their daily lockout done. Okay, not too bad. We're 38 and a half on both of the characters, which is a good sign. Oh, for Christ's sake! So we're waiting for someone to pick a role. All right, let's just leave the instance group and queue up from the Jade Forest. Yeah, anything that can go wrong will go live when you're streaming it and trying to do a speed run. And this time it wasn't even this wasn't even me trying to go too fast, because that's usually what gets me into trouble on whenever I try to like speed run things, is I go too fast and mess something up along the way. But I genuinely don't think it was like I don't think there's anything I could have done differently this time around, other than probably logging out sooner, and not being as precious about having my per hour trackers get messed up by it. Ah well, you live and you learn. Needless to say, I don't think I should be attempting any more speed runs anytime soon. I'm probably just gonna level up the other characters a little bit slower, as in I'll do I'll take them through some dungeons as and when I have time, and then we will once it's getting a little bit boring, I'll probably go do something else for a bit and then come back to take them through some more dungeons. I think probably chunking it up into like and doing it over a couple of days will be less painful than just sitting here and trying to grind out like 40 dungeons in a row and then having things go wrong as well, which is not super fun. In any case, I don't want to bring the mood of the stream down too much. So let's blast through here and let's get out of Gigi. Let's knock down Flame Weaver Kogler, and we can queue up for our next dungeon right away. Are we getting any XP from this trash? No, we're not. Alright, let's not even bother killing it then, like finishing it then. I mean, we'll kill whatever runs up to us, but I'm not gonna bother like running into the other room to kill trash. Ooh, we're starting to run low on inventory. We may have to although we're already level 39, I think 2 more dungeons should get us to about 42. So we may not run out of space prior to when we stop boosting here. So at least this character should ideally have a somewhat accurate estimation of bronze per hour. Let's. Why are we? Oh, jeez, we're roll checking again. And we're just gonna scrap all the gear we get on this character because I've already put basically best in. I've already gotten best in slot for a level 20 monk twink. Because we're already capped on quite a few of our stats. Like I know movement speed we're capped. I believe everything but haste, if I'm not mistaken. And when I say capped, I mean basically getting any more of that stat isn't going to give us any increase in the actual value. So movement speed, it's right now we have a movement speed buff up, which is why it's showing us at 204%. Or no, yeah, because we have the purified waters buff, I guess. But basically, the most speed you can get from your gear or from like the speed stat is 49%, and we are well past that on this character. At which point basically the getting any more speed on your cloak isn't going to do anything for you. Gemming or gearing with plus speed gear isn't going to do anything either. Like the character cannot move any faster, no matter how much speed we stack. Boom. Okay, we're level 40, which means hopefully we'll be doing one more boss in here, and then one more dungeon should get us to 42, and then we are truly done with running heroic dungeons. And then we get to have the fun of just blasting through some raids, which hopefully we get a good group for. If you guys are watching live and you're playing on North American servers and you want to join in on, well, I guess I probably should have mentioned earlier on, if you guys wanted to join in on the dungeons, hopefully we would have gotten a better group that way. But if you guys want to join in on dungeons or the raids, feel free to just let me know in chat, and I will be more than happy to invite you. But again, we're playing on North American servers, so I'm not sure if that may be an issue for some of you. And similarly, if you're watching the YouTube video on demand or whatever, anytime I'm streaming, I'm usually probably going to be down to run some heroic dungeons because I'm planning on just leveling a boatload of alts to maximize the amount of gold that we have, that we're able to get in the War Within. Because I think you can draw a very, very, very consistent line between how many alts you have and how much gold you can potentially make in the War Within. Both because of cooldowns and things, is like with usual expansions, and also with things like what do you call it? The new version of Artisan's Metal, which is called Artisan's Acuity, which will be super hard to come by early on. And so having other characters that can like access their time gated amount to craft gear for like profession gear for your primary profession characters, I guess you could call it, will be a huge leg up on the competition and allow you to have a bit of a head start on whatever professions you're planning on running. And if you guys are curious about how professions are looking in the War Within, feel free to check out my other videos and streams that I've done from the beta, going a bit more in depth into all of the profession systems. I'm actually going to trim down some of those and put together a slightly more useful, not more useful actually, but slightly briefer, slightly shorter videos that just sort of explain how the new systems work and um, also the new talent trees for we've done tailoring and engineering on stream so far, and looked through the talent trees for those, and they look really exciting. They haven't added everything into the beta yet, so we don't know what our like weekly profession quests are going to be. We don't know all the knowledge point sources and if they've added any new ones, um, like since Dragonflight, or if it's going to be much the same where you sort of get a whole bunch of knowledge points at the start because you run around grabbing all of your treasures and you run around grabbing all of your treasures and doing all of your like preliminary quests. And in Dragonflight, of course, we had the dragon shards as well, that you also got, I think, 4 per character of, that you were like guaranteed to get early on, after which it became a lot more RNG dependent. So hopefully it's less RNG dependent, and also I'm truly hopeful that they don't have, you know, with the extended beta, there aren't as many, I mean, I hesitate to call them exploits because, but I mean, that's essentially what they functionally worked as, right? Like a lot of the things that people were doing in early Dragonflight, I think can very easily be considered an exploit, in terms of like maxing out their Artisans Consortium reputation and things. And it gives me hope that in Mists of Pandaria they did actually roll back characters that were taking advantage of systems not working the way they intended. I mean, admittedly, Mists of Pandaria was the remix frog farming thing was a terrible call because of the fact that I mean, they should have seen that coming because that was one of the most popular farms during oh geez, please tell me he died. Okay. For a second I had PTSD that we were going to flash back to getting locked in combat and being dead again. Jeez. Okay. And sure enough, someone is taking their time with the roll check. Good God. And if you're watching live, do drop a low in chat. Let me know if you're watching, if you faced any of these bugs and issues as well while leveling or anything like that. But yeah, so hopefully on remix launch, on launch for the War Within, we don't have as many issues, and there's not as many like broken things that people can take advantage of and gain, like get access to a bunch of things before Blizzard fixes it, and hopefully if there are any of those things, Blizzard has set the precedent that they will roll things back, because yeah, Dragonflight launch was kind of hairy that way. I think Blizzard could have done a little bit of a better job in terms of not only fixing things sooner, but more importantly, like rolling characters back if they had you know, clearly been exploiting systems that were broken. Why does this not want to? So interestingly enough, it looks like we have an evoker who's leading the pack. I wonder if they have about 2,000 threads, so that we may be in a group with another level 20 Twink, I think is what's going on. Because 2,000 threads is quite a bit for a level 20. And again, with the level 20 Twinks, you can completely do this on a free-to-play account. You don't need to give Blizzard a single penny of your money. It'll take you a little bit longer to get ramped up, because you do start with bonus threads if you have a level 70 who's unlocked the achievement. But honestly, since they tripled the amount of threads that you get from basically all sources, I think, if not just the spools themselves, it will not take you all that long to unlock the achievement either. I mean, this character we've run quite a bit and only gotten to about 8,000 threads on, and you can see that we're already maxed out on dang near every stat. I actually don't know what I'm not maxed out on. I should probably spend some time to figure out if there's anything else I can max out, but as you guys can see, we're just blasting through these dungeons in no time, so I don't know that having more power on this character is necessarily going to do anything for us, because Um, the only other thing that would probably make any of these things go faster is movement speed, and even then it would just be shaving seconds off, if that. All right, we are 41 and 27.2%, which means we need to do one more dungeon because we want to make sure that we're over 42, just so that we don't have any cases like last time where we're just kind of shy. All right, let's queue up for another dungeon. Let's do one more dungeon. That should take about 2 or 3 minutes. I do wonder if we just kept blasting dungeons, if that would actually be quicker than us trying to fill up raid groups and stuff like that. Because we're now at 2 hours and 20 minutes, so we're definitely not... Hey Grandma, thanks for letting me know. Only iPad is 1440p 60. Ooh, that's not good. No, thank you so much for letting me know. I did not realize that. I did try and upgrade my like stream quality earlier today. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Really do appreciate that. I did try upgrading my stream quality earlier today, and it may just be that my internet is not able to keep up with it. Maybe I should just go back to streaming at 1080p, which is I think what I was doing previously. I tried to upgrade to 1440p, but I don't know if there's anything I can do while I'm on stream to sort of remedy that. But if you're just joining the stream, what we're doing is we are power leveling 2 characters at the same time to level 70 in the remix, and we are just about to enter our last, what is hopefully our last dungeon. Jeez, thank you so much for letting me know though, because Lord knows I've been streaming for like 3 hours at this point, and no one's mentioned anything. If you don't mind me asking, do you have the same issue on YouTube as well? Because I just pulled it up on my iPad and it seems to look okay to over here. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Yeah, I tried to get fancy with it, and evidently it led to a worse output. Unfortunately, I don't have an easy way of rolling it back to 1080p while on stream. Like, I would have to take the stream offline and rework all of my all of my interfaces and things. And honestly, we've had a bunch of like WoW technical issues during the stream, which cost us a whole bunch of time making this speed run. A pretty painful experience so far, if I'm being honest. So oh geez, okay, I'm sorry about that. Wondering if there's anything else I can do to like improve that quality. I guarantee you I will fix it for the next stream and just roll back to 1080p. I think that's definitely what I need to do. But yeah, so we're on our last dungeon now, and then after this we are going to find a group to blast through Mogushan Vaults, Heart of Fear, and Terrace of Endless Springs, and that should then just power us up to level 70 by just opening all of the XP tokens that are in our mailbox. But so tell me, Grandma, are you... that sounds weird. Tell me, Grandma TB Season, are you playing Remix, or do you mainly play retail? Are you a classic Andy? And actually, we're already 42.5, so we don't, strictly speaking, need this last boss. But since we're in here, we might as well do it anyway. It's a little bit more bronze. And I haven't been spending as much time as I should have been while waiting for RP things. Scrapping. Because I do want to give you guys an investment. Oh, that's a good call. So I actually ground out, like I actually grinded out enough bronze to max out my like remix main, and I figured I would wait until I got all the cosmetics that I want to spend it all. And now I basically have every single cosmetic that I want in terms of like the mounts, the toys, and most of the transmog. Um, but I honestly don't need that much more bronze. Like I need basically I could choose whether I want to max out my main character's gear um, or use. Sorry, one second. What is happening with this boss? Um, yeah. So either I could either buy all the cosmetics right now or upgrade my character, like my remix main's character, my remix main's gear to max, and use and do that. But I think I'm probably gonna end up doing both because I am planning on using remix to level a whole bunch of alts because alts are looking super juicy for the war within, especially in terms of gold making. Geez, 200,000 threads. Were the bulk of those after the buff or before they buff the thread rate? Because before the buff, 200,000 sounds like it would have taken forever. 2 million bronze. Jeez, is he just collecting it to collect it at this point? Because he must have. I mean, he must have upgraded multiple characters and everything as well. So, is there like something that he can do with the bronze? I guess what you could do is you could buy a whole bunch of gems, combine them, and then like trade them to other players, and then they can use that. Like they can scrap the epic gems, which by the way, if you weren't aware, that is. I'm not sure if that's. I'm not sure if that fully counts as something that Blizzard necessarily supports, but it's definitely the way the system works. Where if you want to pass bronze to another account, you can just trade them these gems and these scrap for you can scrap them for like 250 bronze each of those legendary gems. So yeah, if he's got 2 million bronze, he's clearly capped. And then if he has more cashes in the bank as well, I can see why he's hoping to add more stuff. I really do hope that they add like weapon arsenals, because it does seem kind of goofy that you can get all of the Pandaria mounts and all the Pandaria mounts, all the toys, and all of the armor sets, but weapons are still like tied behind RNG. Um, oh, thank you so much, Grandma. Thank you so much for the follow as well. I really do appreciate it. We're that much closer to my goal. Um, but thank you so much for dropping in, and hopefully I'll see you on the next stream as well. And I will fix the resolution issues. Take care. Have a good one. Alright, I don't know why we're scrapping on this character instead of actually forming our raid group. Let's go ahead and leave instance group, and we'll leave the party as well. Leave instance group, and we need to leave the party on this character. Now, we'll continue scrapping here, but let's at least start forming the group. Promote to leader, and I want to do this in real time just because I want you guys to see how easy it is to really get this done. for a second. I think I thought that character dinging was one of my characters, and that I had accidentally opened my mail, which we don't want to do. All right, let's start scrapping on the other characters, and let's also put some gear. Let's open up all of our caches here and on these two characters. Yeah, I guess it's not gonna be a super accurate estimate of the bronze per hour, but I'm hoping that by opening all of these chests, we should actually get ourselves some of the. You know what? Let me. Oh, I can't put that on the toolbar. Does the gear scale with level? Ooh, probably should have probably thought about that before opening all of my chests. It does look like it's giving us loot at different eye levels, so maybe it doesn't really scale with I think the like loot is determined by what level you are when you loot it, not when you. All right, so we have looted a bunch of gear. Let's just start equipping whatever highest eye level items we have. I think at this point, dang near everything is going to be an upgrade. So probably if we reset Addy bags, I think it should sort by eye level then, and we can see which of these items are the highest item level that we have in each slot. And we're waiting to hopefully get some 473 players in the group who can kind of help carry the group. It didn't used to take all that long, but I suppose we will find out if that's still the case, or if all the 476ers are just chilling these days. And I try not to be too precious with these groups, but the last time around it ended up taking us like 2 hours almost, I think it was, to get all the raids done, which I definitely don't want to stick around for that much longer, given how delayed we were with everything on this stream to begin with. It's just been issue after issue. No. Okay, it's saying the bracers are an eye level upgrade because we don't have anything equipped at all. We may just need to fill up this group a bit more, to be honest. But in that case, we want to idly take lower level characters. It just went through a reset, so hopefully it shouldn't take us super long to fill. All right, let's just start inviting people. We can hopefully pick up some 476ers as we go. Really doesn't take that many players to fill up a fairly solid group here. 53 is already the point at which the scaling is sort of not that great. I suppose we could tank on this character if we need to. A 348 Beast Hunter, now that's going to be more they're gonna be more dead weight than anything else. And I don't say that to be mean. I just say that because the scaling is super weak. All right, at least we have a tank, and we have 1,471. I think honestly for Mogushan vaults, that's probably enough to get us most of the way through. I do feel bad rejecting people, but I just don't want to have another situation where things are going super slow and then people start dropping, which we have had happen in the past. At level 4. Come on now, at least equip the gear that you're looting along the way. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break while we fill up the rest of this group. So hang tight, guys. Alright, and we're back. So we didn't end up even filling the group before we are already blasting away, and actually before I could even switch the stream back on, we not only zoned in, raid buffed up, and also finished the first boss. Now again, we have the no loot experience, no XP loot add-on, so it's gonna loot everything except for the bonus experience. And what we want to loot though is these threads. And sorry, these threads actually give you 12% each. I think I said 7% earlier on the stream, and 7% is actually from each wing of LFR. So I was a little bit mistaken there. But in any case, that's the only thing that we really want to loot idly. We may pick up some threads along the way. Hopefully, we don't pick up too many experience threads, because I do want to try and keep that as consistent. And already we've got a lot more threads on this guy than we have on this one. I don't think it should cause too much of an issue, in all honesty. I have never played a what do you call it, an evoker before, so I don't even know what my heals are. All right, let's go ahead and add the heals to our spell bar. Do we have any other heals? I am super excited to actually play an evoker though. It sounds like they're super fun to play. In any case, in 4 minutes we've taken down 2 bosses, so I think this group should be moving pretty briskly. And again, we want to be very careful to not loot the bonus experience items, because we want to loot them all at the very end once we have all of the plus experience on our cloak that we can get. Which arguably is a reason for us to loot threads along the way, but or like to open up our mailbox and stuff and loot all the threads that we have in there, which would also be a decent amount. We may do that if we have some downtime in between bosses or anything like that. All right, I think while we're waiting for these things to happen, we can at least start scrapping some of our gear just to save us a little bit of time at the end. Although maybe we do just wait until the end, because although items like this, where we already have a better version of them, like a higher eye level version of them, we can go ahead and scrap those. I don't think that should cause us too many issues. In any case, we're going to replace all of this gear with max level gear once we ding 70. Oh jeez, we literally still have the starter gear on both these characters. Okay, I think these are sorted by item level. At least they should be. So we can probably fairly blindly start scrapping some of this stuff at least. We do want to keep up with the group, because that's definitely been an issue in the past when you have a group that's highly capable. One of the biggest challenges you sometimes face is literally just keeping up with the group. Alright, let's throw this on here so we can catch up. This is the only downside of multi-boxing completely manually, is you do need to manually move each of these carries around, and slash follow can only help so much. And thank you again to everyone who's watching live. If you're enjoying the stream, drop a comment in the chat. Let me know Let me know how you guys think it's going, because of course we had the technical issue in some of the dungeons, and we've had some issues so far during this stream. And if you are enjoying the content, please do feel free to subscribe if you feel I've earned it, and check out my YouTube channel. I've edited down a lot of my streams, well, a couple of my streams now, to slightly shorter videos that are hopefully a bit quicker paced, and so a little bit more interesting. And I just realized that I also, aside from all of the technical issues we had, I also forgot that this entire run I wanted to have out my ethereal soul, ethereal pet thing. Yeah, my ethereal soul trader, because I wanted to see if we can actually get the currency that he gives you, these ethereal credits, to unlock that transmog. Let's go ahead and set this as... Why can't I set as favorite? Oh, I think it's only on this account. Well, both my accounts are locked out, so it's probably this Twink dude on who I should have summoned it to begin with. Yeah, this is the one who has the active pet battles. Because basically, the warbands are going to work the exact same way, where if you're logged in on one character, you will only have access... If you're logged in on multiple characters, you will only have access on the first character that logged in. And in this case, it would appear to have been the boost character, which sort of makes sense because that is the character that we've been logged in on the longest. Alright, so in 9 minutes, we still have 2 bosses left. So this isn't that fast of a group. Ideally, we would have a slightly faster group. Let's see if we can't fill for the rest of the raids at the very least. And of course we have the XP tokens and all of our loot and stuff in our mailbox waiting to be opened at the end of this entire run. I think we have a second to loot real quick. Just grab a little bit more bronze as we're going. I think we are in combat, so I don't think we would be able to equip any of our gear. Oh, looks like we dropped combat right as I said that. So let's go ahead and equip some of these items that we've been looting off of the bosses. Why would this not? Yeah, okay, that would be a tremendous upgrade. And so would that be basically everything we are going to mouse over is going to be an upgrade. Just because we haven't looted anything while leveling these characters. But in any case, it's all going to get replaced by the end of this run. And one of the issues you will have with these characters, if you are leveling them in this manner, is that they may be a little bit underpowered when they hit level 70, which is honestly not a huge issue. Just do one of two things. Either just run a couple more heroic dungeons, and you will very quickly pick up a full blue set of gear. And then why does it keep kicking me out of this? All right, so we can probably even start opening up our bronze caches in all honesty, because we are going to use the bronze per hour calculators on these characters. I think it should be pretty accurate. Wow, I literally haven't done any combat on either of these characters. I don't even know what these spells are for the Evoker. These look like they're doing something. And I do have a bit of a problem in that I don't know any of the mechanics for any of these bosses. Simply because of the fact that every time I've run them on Remix, the boss goes down so fast that we usually don't have time to do any of the mechanics. Ooh, and actually with RNG, it seems like we are getting quite a different bit of a plus XP threads along the way. All right, let's start our auto run. 167 and 169. Yes, it looks like you can have pretty different numbers just based off of RNG. Even with two characters that have literally been in the exact same spot the entire time. So yeah, we're averaging right now about 165,540 bronze per hour, though that isn't entirely accurate because of the fact that we of course reset our interface 2 hours in. So our actual bronze per hour would be let's say a little bit lower, but realistically probably quite a bit lower. But again, we're doing this on 2 characters, so it's doubled up, and we are mainly doing it for just to level the characters up more so than the bronze. But also the bulk of the bronze that we're going to get is not going to be the stuff that we looted or from the token type things that we like, the what do you call the bronze caches. It's primarily going to be from the what was I trying to say? From the quests that we turn in at level 50, 60, and 70. And those give us 3,000 at level 50, 7,000 at level 60, and 30,000 at level 70. All right, we might as well list a group for, not on this character, on this character. And we also didn't bother doing things like the random time running dungeon. We would have gotten a lesser bronze cache out of that, or if we wait till level 70, we'll get a full bronze cache. And we haven't done any scenarios or turned in any of our daily quests, etc. as well, which ideally, if you're doing it for the bronze, you would, once you get these characters to level 70, you would also want to complete the daily quests on them every single day, because that is one of the most efficient sources of bronze. Yeah, it really is interesting how much of a factor RNG is in Remix. I mean, we've looted the exact same number of items and bosses and everything on both of these characters, and we have a whole different bunch of cogwheels. Like, we got 4 cogwheels on this character and only 1 here. But then here, I guess we got some better. We didn't get a better meta gem on. Well, we didn't get a good meta gem on either of them. But we did get some better tinkers on this guy, it looks like. All right, let's see if we can't fill for Heart of Fear next. And I'm probably gonna have to kick anyone who is below level 35. And hopefully it doesn't take us too long to fill between these raids. I think our time to 70 isn't going to be the absolute best, but still want to try and get it done as quickly as we can. because this stream has been going on for a bit. Yeah, I think we've been streaming for 3.5 hours. So, of course, we did spend a lot of time at the start getting everything set up as well and explaining what we were doing and why we were doing it, etc. Which would have definitely saved us some time had we not done that. Alright, these guys have the same eye level, but do not have the same level, so we definitely don't want to take the character that has the same eye level as someone who's like that many levels below him. Heart of Fear is honestly also a bit of a cakewalk. And you can see we actually got full bronze caches already on these characters, which is nice to see. 358 should be enough. I honestly don't try to gatekeep that much for in Remix, just because it's the content is super easy and it is super easy to just blast through things. Alright, let's just equip our highest eye level gear while we are waiting for the group to fill. It definitely seems like things have slowed down a bit. Earlier on in Remix, it was super quick to fill groups for dang near anything and everything. I'm guessing there's probably fewer players playing Remix right now, but I think also part of it is the fact that it is currently 10:30 a.m. server time. So that's probably equally responsible, in all honesty, for why there's so few people showing up in queue, at least max geared people. Alright, let's equip some higher eye level weapons as well while we're at it. It's not like we're doing much combat on either of these characters, but we should still try and get our eye level as high as possible, just so we can survive things a little bit better, if in case there are any mechanics that we don't just blast through. Ooh, new Great Axe appearance. Okay, that's the other reason you'd probably want to run a bunch of different classes through MoP Remix. If you are doing a whole bunch of alts like this, I would say vary up the classes, and one of the classes also the armor and weapon types that the people can equip, because of the fact that while you can buy the transmogs and the mounts and the toys from the vendor, all of the weapons are still on RNG. So I really am hoping that that Blizzard fixes that and adds like arsenals or something to MoP Remix. Though I suspect they may just all be focused on the War Within right now, and so they may not be planning on adding anything else to Remix between now and the end. 475, yes please, sir. To be honest, our group's done. That guy can solo everything for us. But I think we should still try and see if we can fill, or at least bring along some other people who can also help. And actually on today's stream we didn't bother, we didn't censor out this chat here, I just realized. So hopefully no one said anything super offensive that will make me look bad on my stream. Alright, I do generally prefer if both of the boosted characters get the same what do you call it, cogwheel sockets, just because then it's easier to pop the cooldowns on both. We have monkey speed on here somewhere, I just don't know where it is. My inventory is my interface is a little chaotic. Oh, we should have grabbed that guy, that would have been good. we need a tank anyway, so grab them. 37's already past the threshold at which scaling becomes a little bit less of an advantage. Oh no, I forgot to set my hearth in Jade Forest. So I think if we hearth, we will get hearthed back to the Timeless Isle, which may not be the worst thing. We can pick up the flight path there at least, and there should hopefully be a mailbox there as well. And thank you again to everyone who's watching live. Oh. Alright, we got our summons. Ideally we would use Windweaver on both, but we only looted it on one character. I don't know if I disabled monkey speed, or if I'm just missing it on my screen somewhere. But that's been super handy in Remix to figure out which of my characters is faster and which one should be on follow. Alright, since we have zoned into the right, I'm going to use this as a chance to take a quick break again, and I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. Alright, and we are back, and yeah, we've already started Heart of Fear. Hopefully this shouldn't take us too long. I don't know. Well, yeah, it's not saved at a character level, but I think literally the fastest Heart of Fear that I've done is somewhere in the neighborhood of like 10 minutes. We don't have quite as many 476s in in today's group. In fact, I don't think we have any 476s. I think we literally have one guy who's like 475, and I don't know if the 472 from earlier hung around, but I think this guy's basically carrying us with 187 threads, 187,000 threads rather. Yeah, that's definitely the Beast Mastery Hunter is definitely the MVP of this team. Oh, 429, yeah, for sure. Let's do it. Oh, overshot the boss. And this is also why it's kind of pointless to bother equipping gear as we're going, because we're going to be leveling up during these raids, and in doing so we will be getting even more blues at higher eye levels. But that chest is a significant enough upgrade that it makes sense to bother equipping it. I mean, all the blue gear we're going to get is going to be worth equipping because it's going to have main stat on it, which the difference between between greens, blues, and epics in remix is just that the greens have a secondary stat, the blues add a main stat, and we should probably do some damage to these to the boss. Yep. This is what happens in remix. Is generally before I can get anything more than like a spell or maybe two if I'm lucky, the boss is already down. Funeral Pyre. I think that is actually one of the meta gems that is of some use. Which one do we have? We have, yeah, Funeral Pyre. I think does give us main stat. Yeah, so not completely useless is like the best way I can describe it. All right, let's see if we can catch up with the group. Though honestly, with the cloaks that most of these players have, I have a feeling we are going to be running behind quite a bit. But hey, so far this raid we haven't had to be summoned to any of the bosses, which is how it's gone in the past some of the time. Alright, let's go loot on both of our characters. And again, the only thing we care about looting from these bosses, I mean, gear and whatever else is fine, is these bonus threads of experience. And we want to be very careful to not loot the actual bonus experience, though. Yeah, looks like they've already pulled the next boss. Like I was saying, it's I feel like the majority of MoP raiding, unless you're playing on a super geared up tune, is just playing catch up with the group. Yeah, interestingly enough, I think we actually did get a new achievement for this boss. Which is kind of surprising because we've run a whole bunch of Heart of Fear on multiple characters and seemingly haven't picked up that achievement yet, which is kind of interesting to me at least. And when I say interesting, I don't actually mean all that interesting. Alright, we've got 2 bosses left to go, and then we do Terrace of Endless Rings, and then we're done. So, yeah, I think we are going to end up at the same sort of 3.5 hour mark. So it seems like either strategy is is kind of valid. I would say if you have the choice, probably makes sense to go ahead and use the uh, the other strategy we did where we alternate between dungeons and raids just for the sake of your sanity more than anything else, because yeah, running that many heroic dungeons in a row is definitely not super fun. Up, and we missed out on actually making to the boss in time. Alright, we can't equip anything, but we can start opening up our bronze caches. So let's go ahead and do that. And so far, without the quests, we have already looted a grand total of like 40,000 bronze between both of these characters. So and the bronze we can, other than those quests, we're not going to be getting any bronze in our mailbox, because it doesn't mail you bronze, it just mails you everything else. And I would have to assume that that's intentional by Blizzard. And also, one thing to note is that I did actually try running heroics, like heroic raids, because you can or no, sorry, you can't. Yeah, you can't enter heroic raids without being level 70, I believe was the issue. But in either case, I don't think the heroic bosses drop any more threads of experience, which is the main item we care about. The only difference is you'd probably get a couple more epics. And the main reason to get epics again is just so that you get more of a secondary stat, which with the cloak you don't really need much more of than everything that's on your probably Bear's taking a healer with us. 41 and 76, yeah, that's not gonna scale well. 476, there's our guy. Squidward coming in clutch. Terrace of Endless Springs should be super quick, so yeah, I think realistically it is gonna be another 3.5 hour run to 70. We do need a tank though, so we will probably just take that 108. 76 I think will be a bit brutal. Ooh, yes. Okay, we already filled up. Anyways, I think we should have enough people to just face roll. Just face roll the entirety of Terrace of Endless Springs, and that's a quick dungeon as well, or a quick raid. All right, let's already begin our scrapping so that we can, while we wait for summons. Although, actually, no, let's equip things first, since we are out of combat since we will have some time out of combat here. It is kind of strange that it appears to be that the character on the right has a lot more gear than the character on the left. but that may just be because we scrap more on the character on the left, which is I think probably what the case is. Yeah, let's take some more speed. Why not? The eye level's higher in any case, so avoidance. Why is it? Well, I mean it's a higher eye level, so might as well equip it, I suppose. Yeah, I feel like avoidance is just so useless in Remix. It's that may be one of the only characters that I've equipped. Like intentionally equipped avoidance gear on. Crit, there we go. There's a stat we care about. Although to be fair, I don't know what these stat weights are for either of these specs. So I suppose if we were running a tank, avoidance may be of some use before we get anything through any other sources. Although suppose that's also because we don't have avoidance on the cloak. So presumably there is a use case for equipping avoidance if you genuinely probably were like tanking mythic Siege of Orgrimmar or something like that. Alright, summons are going out, it looks like, and so about 20 minutes from now we should, like 20 minutes at most from now, we should be hitting level 70. Only an hour and a half late. Oh well, these things happen. I'm still gonna attribute it to that group that messed this up. Though realistically, that only added about 20 minutes to the entire runtime. So realistically, I think 3 hours we could have gotten it done in. Oh, that scared me for a second there because I do remember on one of my characters, they actually killed the first boss before I'd even zoned in. Luckily, that was just for bronze farming. I wasn't like leveling a character, otherwise that would have messed up my numbers a little bit. Yeah, this is what I mean. We're probably going to... Most of these bosses are just going to fall over before we even get a chance to cast anything. At which point I am wondering why I have actual spells on my on my action bar, not just the movement keys. And actually, since we are already here, I think what we are going to do is we're going to pop down a mailbox and start opening up the threads at the very least. Where's our mailbox item? Katie's stamp whistle, there we go. That should not be on page 2, but I guess if it's a favorite, it's a favorite. I can't really pick where it goes. Alright, we need, according to this, 14 more tokens in our mailbox, and we should be getting a handful more from this run. Am I tripping out, or did we not loot the thread of experience off of this? Did this boss not drop a thread of experience? I see bonus experience. I didn't see any threads of experience. Did we loot it already? Is that the thing? I don't remember clicking on it. Oh, maybe we did. Maybe we did. I don't know. I'm very confused at this point. But I think we have enough threads on our cloak that it shouldn't pose too much of an issue. All right, what we're gonna mailbox time down. All right, let's just oh, sorry, that was the first boss that we were looting. Okay, that's why. Oh my god, I thought I was losing my mind. Right, I forgot forgot there's a chat. This is why I need to get better on these longer streams at paying attention to what's going on. All right, so after the final boss, we can finally camp out in a mailbox and ding level 70. And yeah, I mean, as we said, it's gonna be 3.5 hours. So I guess the entire learning from this is that it basically ends up taking the same amount of time. Although, to be fair, we didn't have any technical issues on the previous run, and we did lose about 20 minutes in because of that whole bug thing that we faced. Now that said, on the first run, I think our overall play was also impacted by the fact that we had we did spend a bunch of time figuring out our add-on. So overall, the main takeaway seems to be that it'll take you about the same amount of time in either case. So do with that information what you will, I guess. I'm wondering if it makes sense for us to just exit the raid and then just drag and ride over to Shrine. I think that is what we are gonna do actually. Because once we're done, we can flight path back to the flight path that we picked up earlier. Now, how does dragon flying work for this is my first dragon theater as well. Well, we have glide and we have visage, which is of course to change how we look. Ah, okay, so this is how we dragon ride as a drag theater. It's kind of cool. All right, I don't think we can take passengers on board though. I think that would be a little too OP. Or a little bit disrespectful, I suppose. Depends on how you look at it, I guess. Alright, there should be a mailbox here. I think this is probably as good a place as any for us to start opening up our mails. And now we have two choices here. We can either... So I'm a little bit confused here because it seems like it says heroic dungeon tokens open mail no, whereas with raid tokens it says yes, and then down here it says yes on both. So I don't know if that's just an interface thing. In any case, let's not waste any more time on this journey. Let's open up all of our bronze caches. Let's open up all of our threads, and we'll see how far this entire thing. How far this entire 3 hours and 22 minutes has gotten us. I was kind of hoping that this would have an open all XP button, but it doesn't look like it does have that. And part of the issue we'll have with that is if we were to click on let's open up all these threads. Presumably we may get some more bonus XP from them. And these spools are just huge, right? These are 300 of whatever stat each, unless it's mastery or some of the other stats. Then you get more of them off of these purple threads. But yeah, you're gonna catch up in no time to someone who's been farming for a lot longer. And I do wonder if Blizzard decides to buff these rates again. I feel like at this point they've already buffed them multiple times, right? The bronze drop rates, the threads. I would assume that they don't have any plans to do any more buffs. But I mean, they did also say the same thing about Plunder Storm, and then I think like in the last day or two they just gave out like insane buffs that That helped a lot. I still did not end up getting the mount in Plunderstorm though, or the final mount, which I'm kind of annoyed by. Okay, so it looks like this is just looting the actual like items that we've gotten, which makes sense because I hit the loot receive items button. And when you loot threads like this, you are gonna have to right click on them in your bag, and if you're lucky they won't bug out. Though I realize me saying that I just increased my chances of them actually bugging out. Alright, and this is actually where our Remix Gem Helper add-on comes in super handy, because it will give you a nice little interface that you can use to just click on all of the things that you need to open up in your bags. Which as much as I love Narcissus, especially for nice screenshots and thumbnails and things, and they do have a beautiful looking interface. I think it's a lot prettier interface than Remix Gem Helper, but this just saves me having to download another add-on or another week aura. Although to be fair, I'm running like 150 add-ons on each of these characters, so it's probably not. That's probably not something I should be too worried about. Is having more add-ons. Yeah, we can combine the gems, I suppose. I don't think it would hurt us too much, but. Okay, so now at this point, everything in these mails, well, apparently not. I was gonna say everything in these mails should just be experience left. Yeah, we can combine gems. I'm not too precious about the gems. We do want to idly open up all these threads of experience because oh, that was why we wanted to be at an Infinite Bazaar, so that we could. I just remembered why we wanted to be at the Infinite Bazaar, and it was because we wanted to turn in the quest for the bronze. So we will fly over and do that once we ding 70. And to turn in the daily quests for the dungeons and things. But yeah, as you guys can see, I mean, we have 321% bonus experience, right? So at this point, it would be hard not to level. I think it may actually behoove us. It may actually be a little bit quicker to go in and out of the raids the way we did on the last stream. And the only real way to like hasten it, like quicken everything up, is probably just going to be to play at peak hours so you can fill up your raid groups a little bit quicker and not have as much downtime there. And then also avoiding technical issues will definitely help. Not getting stuck in a dungeon for 20 minutes, or at least if you do get stuck like that, don't do what I did and wait around for it to magically fix itself. Just log out and log back in and minimize your slash played that way. How are we still looting threads? Jeez. Oh, I didn't see how many total mails we got. That could have been an interesting data point, I suppose. Oh, geez, this is what I was worried would happen. Or maybe not. Okay, no, it looks. Oh no, these are stamina threads. Where's our crit threads? Jeez, yeah, I don't know I don't know if it's my account or what the thing is, but yeah, threads of critical strike just do not want to open for me. Like they'll just collect in my bags, and then I'm not able to like actually use them on a whole bunch of my characters. Luckily, we don't have too many threads of critical strike on this guy. Let's just quickly get through these threads so that we can open up all of the XP items and ding level 70, and then I think we are gonna call the stream. I think we are gonna end the stream at that point because I need to go eat something. It's been 4 hours. This is supposed to take us 2 hours, and yeah, this ended up taking a lot longer than we planned for. Oh well, it's another data point we have, and hopefully by me spending 4 hours on this, it'll help you guys accomplish the same thing a lot quicker with any luck. It does not seem to. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say it doesn't seem to be looting items, but of course that's how a stream works. The second I say something, the exact opposite needs to happen. So I should probably start using that to my advantage, in all honesty. And welcome to the stream, those of you who are watching live on YouTube. Truly appreciate it. On YouTube and on Twitch. Don't get me wrong. I'm not playing favorites here. If you're enjoying the stream, I would absolutely love it if you could drop a subscribe, or if you have any questions about what we've been doing and how it went, or if you just want to give me any sort of feedback, please drop a comment in the live chat. But so basically what we did on today's stream so far is we created fresh characters. Then we used our level 20 Twink monk to run them through heroic dungeons super quick. And in a second here I can actually look up how many dungeons it took us to get to level 42, at which point we did a normal Mogushan Vaults, then we did a normal Heart of Fear, and then we finished off with a normal Terrace of Endless Springs. And now we are just opening up all of our mail. We're opening everything other than the experience tokens, not for any great reason, but just because I want to have just a mailbox full of XP tokens so that we can open them all at once, as opposed to open in like leveling and starts and stops, just so you guys see exactly how powerful this method is. And we'll figure out our gear later, because most of this is pretty low eye level gear in any case. It's most of it's going to get scrapped. But yeah, so essentially we'll open up our mailbox and ding level 70 whenever we choose to. And the main reason we're doing this is twofold. One is to farm bronze. Technically speaking, I don't need to, because I already have more than enough bronze to buy all of the remaining cosmetics that I haven't already bought. I've already bought every single mount and toy, and so there's just a little bit of transmog left. But the main reason we're doing it is because we want to have as many alts as possible for the War Within. Alts are going to be super powerful for gold making, and so we want to capitalize on that as best we can. Alright, do we have any other threads here that are of any interest to us? That aren't bugged out, that we can actually use? Retrieve threads. Let's see if this retrieve threads button does anything for us. And so we're at 340 and 341 plus experience on our cloak. And we're just literally opening all of the loot from how many ever dungeons it was that we ran. Oh, we can actually see from right here. So we did a total of let's convert this back to a party just so things are a little bit easier. It looks like we did a total of 26 dungeons to get to that point. So yeah, that's an eye-watering amount of dungeons to do back to back. No wonder we felt so burnt out at the end of that. At least I did. I don't know if any of you guys have been watching the stream for this long. If you have, let me know in chat. We can commiserate together on on how many dungeons we went through together. Alright, I think we are just going to try and use up this interface for as long as it will let us. I don't think it's designed to like deal with this many threads at one time. Because generally you wouldn't farm up this many threads all at once, or at least you wouldn't have this many thread items in your bags. You'd probably just be looting them directly after you. Oh god, okay, there's a lot more loot left. I'm wondering if we should just keep using this add-on. If you're doing it, if you're doing this process in like starts and stops and not just waiting until the end, then this add-on Mail Helper is super helpful because you can retrieve all the items, and so you can at least start gearing up your character as you're leveling, without having to manually go through and fish out the gear and leaving the bonus experience. Which is what we did on another character of ours. Right, let's dang it, now I don't know how to reopen the Mail Helper interface. Let's see, there we go. I'm trying to think whether we should continue opening things in this manner, or if we should just start manually looting the mails. We may need to scrap soon. We are running low on inventory space, at least on this guy, because I think we scrapped already on this guy a couple of times. But you guys can see what I was talking about just using up the buffs as much as you can. You can see how many of each of these buff items we have on each of these characters. And honestly, whatever content you're doing between now and the end of Remix, you're not going to get through all of them. And I don't think we have any reason to believe that that they're going to convert into anything of any use to us in the War Within once Remix ends. So I think most likely what they're going to do. I did try copying over some Remix characters onto the beta, because I was hoping that would give us a preview of like what's going to happen to these characters that we've leveled to 70, right? But it literally just apparently the Remix is active on the beta as well, so now I can run Remix content on the War Within beta if I so choose. But I'm none the wiser when it comes to what's going to happen to these characters when the Remix ends. I mean, they've told us that they're going to be converted into I probably don't want to scare anyone into thinking that there's a chance that you don't get to keep these characters. I mean, they have confirmed, like they have very clearly said that they will convert into regular level 70 characters. I just more so meant in terms of what I think they've even confirmed what eye level the gear is going to be, and it's pretty low. It doesn't matter what eye level your Remix character has. When they come into the normal game, they're going to be chopped down to the same eye level as someone who had a freshly level 70, which is why I'm not really going to bother grinding gear on too many of these characters. Like I may pick up a piece or two from dungeons here or there, or from like the daily quests if I bother doing them. But I'm definitely not going to be like, you're not going to see me farming bronze to upgrade the gear on these characters. What did we want to do? We wanted to prop down the scrapper thingamabobber, and hopefully we can fairly safely scrap quite a few of these items. I think certainly most of the greens we can probably pretty blindly scrap, because it is sorted by eye level, so probably quite a few of these greens, and I think we're just going to keep a cutoff of like eye level 100. Because honestly, whether it's eye level 100 or it's eye level 200 at 70, it's still going to be useless to us. All right, we have a blue in that socket in any case, so we can get rid of these, and hopefully that should free up enough space in our bags for us to be able to open up the rest of our mail. Trust me, guys, I know this has been a long wait. And not necessarily maybe the most interesting thing to watch, but it will be worth it the second we actually have enough space in our bags to open up all of the mail and ding 70 in like minutes. All right, let's just go ahead. Scrap on this guy too. I don't even think we got through scrapping everything we intended to scrap on this character. Because I think the scrapper thing, like the scrapper interface timed out on us, which is a thing that will happen. Which is the other reason why you kind of want to do this at, yeah, you kind of want to do this at an Infinite Bazaar. Although I haven't been able to find the scrapping machine thingamabobber at in Shrine. I was going to say in Valdraken, but I meant in Shrine. Oh, we literally didn't scrap anything on this guy? Jeez. Jeez Louises. Okay. We didn't even scrap that first item for bronze. And again, you can scrap fairly blindly just because of the fact that it will give you your gems back, so there's no chance of you like losing tinkers or even just gem items. Scrapping gem items is actually a bit of a pain in the butt because unless you've combined them, then like it definitely makes sense to first combine them and then scrap them because you do need to enter in like each gem manually. Even though they stack in your bags, they don't stack in the scrapper. Excuse me. Hey, dude, Simple, welcome back. How's it going? How's your day going? We are back in Mr. Pandaria Remix. Oh, it's not scrapping because we don't have inventory space. Well, we can literally pick anything to delete. I think we're just going to delete one of these threads of Critical Strike because they are bugged to all heck, at least for my characters. How's it going, Do Simple? Welcome back. How hot is it where you live, if you don't mind me asking? Because it is absolutely scorching out here. But luckily, I'm just sat inside all day with the AC on, either working or playing World of Warcraft, so I don't really have to face the heat too much. All right, now do we have enough? I think now we should have enough space to just be able to like hit open all. And 104. I'm guessing that's in Fahrenheit. Let me convert that to Celsius real quick. I unfortunately have never been able to figure out the Celsius system. Actually, sorry, 1 second. I'm just gonna queue up some stuff to scrap so that I can be going on while I'm googling this, and we can hurry up and ding 70 already. Lord knows it's taken us long enough. Oh, like 40 degrees. Okay, that doesn't. I mean, to be fair though, I'm based in. I'm currently based in like the Middle East, so 40 degrees Celsius doesn't sound too bad compared to what we have outside here. But again, it really depends where you are, I suppose. Like, do you guys have air conditioning everywhere that you go, or are you guys just like raw dogging the heat? Because like it's super hot where I live, but everywhere has air conditioner, and like the maximum amount of time that I will spend in the actual heat is literally just between like my house and my car, let's say. Okay, yeah, 40 degrees without air conditioner definitely sounds like it would be pretty rough, to be honest. Oh, looks like we have a duplicate item. Okay, I think this character is actually good to go in terms of I think we can start opening up the bonus XP tokens. Let's try hitting retrieve items again. We got Thundering Orb. Looks like we are still looting items. Jeez. How many mails did we have in all? Oh wow, we still have another 157 items. Of course, now the bulk of these items are going to be XP tokens. Should be what's left in in our mailbox. And it looks like we have 81 heroic dungeon tokens and 16 raid tokens, which sounds about right. And we still have 7 threads. All right, we have 0 threads. We have 49 items, so we are probably going to be a little bit tight on inventory. In all honesty, at a certain point, I think we should probably just say screw it and start manually looting in XP items. I think we will already start that on this character, and we'll do them one at a time. But all right, let's get amped up. We spent 3 hours grinding for this, so all right, 44, 45. $48. And so one of these characters is gonna up level 50. All right, let's just start. Let's go crazy and start with the raid tokens because those are gonna be the bulk of our leveling XP. 61, 62. Boom. That's what you want to see. This is the payoff that we've been working towards. It only took us 3.5 hours, but look at how fast we're leveling now. And I think we actually did over farm. We may have farmed too many tokens. We may not have needed to do as many as we did. I think it probably would have been a better call I think it probably is a better call to get the raids out of the way once you unlock them, because I don't know that we're going to need this many bonus experience tokens to push all the way to 70, since seeing as how we're already at 67, and each of these tokens is giving us, like, what is that, like a fifth of a level? Unless things really slow down near the end, which I really don't see them doing. Yeah, we definitely farmed way too much experience. Jeez. Oh god. Oh god, this is bleak. Look at how much bonus experience we have even after reaching level 70. Oh, good god, did I miscalculate that? I do not think we needed to run all the way to level 42. I probably misread. That probably wasn't a typo, in all honesty. That probably was the correct amount, that we just needed to run to level 20 to 22. That's probably how people are getting it done so much quicker. I'm glad that I... Oh my god. The only thing I can do right now is laugh because of the fact that I literally spent 3.5 hours farming all these tokens thinking that I'd figured out how to do this quicker. And it turns out that we probably could have done this in like 2 hours if we hadn't bothered farming so many. So do simple. I would say don't do this. This is a terrible idea. Don't do it the way that I just did it. I assume the guy had a typo in his Twitter thing. I posted a video about if you want more details, do simple. I posted a video on my YouTube channel yesterday explaining the whole thing. I made it a much shorter video. I basically trimmed down one of my streams to like a 13-minute video that just summarizes everything. But basically the method is that you run a whole bunch of heroic dungeons, and then idly this time what we were going to try and do is get all of the heroic dungeons out of the way. We may not even had to have run the raids, actually, now that I think about it. We could have probably just done the heroic dungeons. Yeah, okay, so this was a complete waste of time. Do not do what I did. I literally can just laugh at this point because I may start crying otherwise. Um, but yeah, so basically you want to run heroic dungeons until level 25, and then you want to hop into Mogushan Vaults normal. Um, then you want to do a couple more heroic dungeons until you hit level 35 and you unlock Heart of Fear. You do a normal Heart of Fear at level 35. Then you do like 2 or 3 more heroic dungeons, get to level 40. You've unlocked Terrace of Endless Springs. You run a normal mode of that. And then the most important thing that I forgot to mention is that you need to make sure that you do not loot the bosses. The raid bosses you want to loot, but just for the bonus thread. They will each raid boss in normal mode drops a thread that would give that gives you 12% bonus experience to your cloak. So that's how we have this ridiculous like 357% bonus experience on our cloak. Is primarily from those raid bosses and then also the threads that we looted along the way. But as you guys can see, we still have 29 tokens. That means we ran about 30. We ran 10 more dungeons than we needed to. So if we didn't run 10 more dungeons, we probably would have skipped the dungeon, like the Scarlet Monastery run that we had that got bugged as well. So to answer your question, Do Simple, I think realistically you could actually do it in 2 hours. I think I just completely misunderstood uh, what the guy was saying, or assumed that there was a typo and that it said 20 to 22 instead of 40 to 42. But I think I'm now realizing that I don't think that was a typo. I think that was just me being a moron. So, with that knowledge, I'm now, as much as I hated doing that, mainly because of all the bugs that we had. I wonder if we keep these in our inventory. Well, no, they'll probably empty out our mailbox when they convert them into regular characters. I was gonna say, I wonder if they will if we can redeem them in the War Within. Because that would, I feel like that would definitely get you banned though. Like if that actually worked and you could just I could just open up all these and like instantly hit level 80 on multiple characters. I feel like that's I feel like that I feel like that would get you a ban, and I don't know if I could blame anyone because that definitely doesn't seem like what they intended us to do. Yep, that's what I've been doing. This is my 8th and ninth remix character that I got to level 70, and yeah, I think I've done more or less one of every class. I don't think I've done a druid yet. Well, no, there's what, 12 classes, and I've done 9 characters. Have I done 2 of anything? Let's pull up Altaholic here, and I'm trying to think how we can easily tell which of these are remix characters. So, one, two, one, two. Well, let's first of all sort by level, because that'll be the first sign. So we did a priest, we did a monk, we did a death knight. Well, this was the death knight. We did a demon hunter and we did a hunter. And then we did a warlock. We did a mage. We just did an evoker, and then we did a rogue. So I'm missing like I need to level up a warrior. I hate playing a shaman, but shaman, however you want to pronounce it. But I should probably do one of them as well. So I'm missing a warrior, a druid, a shaman, a paladin. What am I forgetting? What's another class? I also skipped lunch because I didn't expect this to take this long. So and it is currently 8:30 p.m. where I live. Okay, here we go. We have a handy list here. So I need to do a warrior. I need to do a paladin. I need to do a shaman, a druid, and we've done everything else. So theoretically, three more characters, and we have and we've got everything covered. Now, ideally, I did want to calculate for you guys how much bronze we got as well, but honestly, the bronze per hour tracker is not accurate, and also all of this data is kind of pointless now because of the fact that we just spent too long. We spent way longer than we should have grinding dungeons. So Yeah, for sure. I'll be honest with you. I think it's probably going to be a couple of days until I have the patience to sit and do this again. But I'll definitely be doing another probably next week at the absolute latest. You're on North American realms as well, right? So do I did we add each other on Battle.net? But yeah, you're more than welcome you're more than welcome to join because I will be boosting my character my both my characters through the dungeon on my level 20 twink. So yeah, it would be lovely to have some company, especially if we do it the right way. And we don't waste a bunch of time like I did today. Oh yeah, I think I did add you. Do you mind just giving me your battle.net tag again? Okay, I think we should be able to turn in all the quests here. We'll just see how much bronze we get. So these are the three quests that I was talking about that'll auto-complete here, and that'll give us another 40,000 bronze. So even despite the fact that, and let's go turn in these daily quests because you would do that during leveling, and and yeah, you would want to turn it in now that we are level 70 because you can't get any better rewards than what you get at level 70. Up, we are out of inventory space, so that's not going to work. Cache of infinite treasures. Hopefully that doesn't give us any more loot because we are up. We are inventory full already. I suppose we could trade some gems over to this guy. Okay, thank you for sharing your battle tag. Give me a second. I just want to finish doing this, and we will see what our total rewards were like. Uh, let's just click on some of these threads and get those added to our cloak. I will probably come back online later, off stream, and tinker around with these characters a bit more just to get them in a slightly better shape. But I just want to quickly, and to like scrap everything and everything. But totally, we have 80,000 bronze on each of these characters, and that's without having scrapped all this. I would assume that we get another like 5 or 10,000 bronze probably from all of this, from scrapping all of this. Potentially more, to be honest, if we were to scrap all the gems as well. And I don't care, like I said, about gearing these characters, so um, we're probably not going to actually bother with gearing them up. Um, there you go, do simple. I've just added you on BattleNet, so hopefully. Oh, there we go. All right. What I was saying was I'm probably not going to bother gearing these characters up. In all honesty, I just don't care enough to. Why would this not be an item upgrade for us? It has intellect, but I guess the intellect is worth less than the mastery. In any case, I'm probably not going to bother leveling these, like gearing these characters all the way up because when Blizzard converts them um, into regular like Dragonflight characters or War Within characters, um, they're all going to get the same eye level gear in any case, and I think we may hop on them during the pre-patch to grab some of that gear because the pre-patch gear will be at a higher eye level than what's currently available to these characters, or what the characters will start with. Why did I not? Okay, there we go. There's our trinket. But yeah, there's a whole bunch more. There should be a couple more items in here that are probably worth looting at some point. But overall, I feel comfortable saying that you probably will get about 90,000 bronze by taking a character through all of this. Probably a little bit less, probably closer to about 60,000 if you don't do the 10 extra dungeons that we did. But then again, the extra dungeons don't really give you all that much bronze because we weren't looting on these characters. But even just looking at this, our bronze per hour here shows 42,000 on each of these characters. Plus, although we're logged out on our boosting character, we would have gotten some additional bronze there as well. So this worked out to, um, I mean, if these numbers were accurate, this would have been about 80,000, about 90,000 bronze an hour, which is, I think, leaps and bounds ahead of any other bronze farm. So with that, we are definitely going to make a huge dent on the remaining transmog that we have. So We need 606,000 bronze to buy everything else. Uh, though we already have quite a bit of bronze saved up that we haven't spent because I am planning on maxing out my uh, um, maxing out the gear on my remix main. But let me know. Let me know if you guys actually want to see that or not, because I haven't bothered doing it yet, and I'm low-key tempted to just use that bronze that I've saved up to buy out the rest of the cosmetics I need. Although at the same time, I'm like, once I buy all the cosmetics, I can't really like transfer bronze easily between characters. I was saying earlier on the stream that you can sort of get around that by buying the gem items, making them into like the legendary gems, and then trading them to the other character, but I'm sure the return rate on that is probably just terrible. But on the whole, yeah, considering that we're getting 80,000 bronze per character, and I still plan on doing at least, I would say, another 4 to 6 characters, especially since now I know I said that I probably wouldn't level any more remix characters on stream because it was kind of boring, but honestly, if we can do 10 less dungeons, I am tempted to see for you guys if doing it the way that we should have does work out quicker. Basically, the screenshot that the guy who figured out this method posted on Twitter said, like, do heroic dungeons until 20 to 22 and then start raids. The problem is you can't enter a heroic you can't enter normal raids at level 22, so I assumed he meant 42. But now I'm thinking maybe he meant 32, because at 32 you can enter normal Mogushan. You can enter normal Mogushan vaults at 25, and presumably that would give you enough XP to get you to level 35, at which point you could enter Heart of Fear, at which point hopefully Heart of Fear would give you enough XP to take you to 40, at which point you can run Terrace of Endless Rings and then just open all of the stuff in your mailbox. So I am tempted to see if that method works out, but yeah. So I think these speedruns have just been cursed. We tried to do it on Monday, and not only did we not have our mic on for like half an hour, but then the servers went down midway through our speedrun, and so we deleted those characters and started over. And then today we've just had issue after issue. Beginning with our add-ons taking a bit longer to set up than we expected, then also having Scarlet Monastery bugging out on us, and then finally the best part to cap it all off was that we found out that we actually ran 10 more dungeons at least than we needed to. So anyway, my goal was to try and make things easier for you guys by telling you how to most efficiently do things, and on entire accident I have figured out the least efficient way to do things. I don't know if that helps anyone. But hopefully it does, and hopefully if you stuck around this long, or if you're watching the video on demand, you know what not to do. So I'm sad to say that I may literally have 2 video on demands that both have speed run fail in the title, one after the other. But hey, it is what it is. It is kind of funny to me as well that like in WoW, so much of what we try and do is try and figure out how we can get the most benefit by playing the game the least. Like, how do I get as many level 70s as I can without playing the game? Like, with playing as little of the game as I can. So yeah, that always does kind of make me laugh. But anyway, that said, hopefully you guys like the new interface that we have set up as well. All of the artwork and the slick transitions that we've been using through the stream. Let me know in the comments, or let me know in chat if you like the new look, if it looks sleeker, if it looks worse, if you don't like the color, like the purple color stuff. Let me know as well. But we are almost at 5 hours, and I am both starving and exhausted because I literally ran how many ever dungeons it was. Although now I'm wondering if maybe what he said Maybe what he meant by that post was run 20 to 22 dungeons, not until level 20 to 22. That is what does make the most sense, and that's probably what he meant. And I'm just a moron. Because we ran... Well, according to this, we ran 26 dungeons. So... I don't know. I don't know. I think probably next time around we will get... If we do this again, we would either run like 10 fewer dungeons, but then that would be like 15, 16. I don't know. I'm too tired to do math right now and figure out what we did. How did we gain 107 levels? Yeah, okay. I don't think this is a good like I don't think that's actually all that accurate. Let's just check these statistics panels here and get an estimate from this, because I would assume that this number is more accurate. Okay, so we did do 27 dungeons. Yeah, so that kind of tracks. I think probably if we do 20, if you do 20 or 20, between 20 and 22 dungeons, you're probably better. I don't have the Twitter link handy to double check what he said, but I will check that back and let you guys know on our next stream probably. All right, that said, it is super late. I need to go eat something, and I need to go take a break from WoW. This was super hectic, but we will be back on stream on Friday, and hopefully you guys should see another video from me tomorrow, and you may also see a couple more shorts and things like that. I have a bunch of things that I'm editing as well from prior streams. But thank you so much if you've watched this far, and if you've been watching live on the stream as well. Thank you so much. Drop a like on the YouTube video, or follow or subscribe if you're on YouTube or Twitch, and yeah, really helps out the channel. Really helps out my Twitch channel and my YouTube channel, and yeah, thank you guys for everything. I'm going to use one last slick transition to my stream ending scene, and I'll leave that up for a little bit until we finally end the stream. But yeah, thanks guys. Take care. Stay safe out there.